budget workshop session of April 5th, 2022. The mayor is running late. He will be with us. He just called and he's going to be just a few minutes late. This meeting is now called to order, and I will call for an attendance roll call. Please signify by saying present. Councilmember Clark. Here. Councilmember Hugh. Here. Councilmember Melnar. Present. Councilmember Talmachoff.
Here.
Councilmember Turner.
Present.
And the Vice Mayor is present. Ms. Bauer, will you please introduce item number 1?
Fiscal year 2022-23 budget workshop.
Good morning, Vice Mayor, members of the council. We're thrilled to be able to get here today. This is a culmination of a tremendous amount of work by our team in the Budget and Finance Department. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Budget and Finance Director, Lisette Camacho.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Today is our 4th budget workshop and also our first all-day workshop on the operating budget presentations for each department. In today's presentation, we will cover the operating budgets for City Court, Community Services, Budget and Finance, Transportation, Economic Development, Human Resources, Organizational Performance, Audit, Water Services, and Engineering. As you know, each year we have 2 departments present their detailed budget. The 2 departments this year are Engineering and the City Clerk's Office. For this presentation, we will also cover the budget priorities and highlights. We'll go through the information that's in your binder, and then we'll cover the operating budgets for fiscal year 2023, including a summary of personnel changes, operating budget by fund, the operating budget by function for the general fund, and a presentation for the department budgets. With that, I'll turn over the presentation to Mr. Phelps.
I'm looking for when code's going to be discussed.
Mr. Phelps, it looks like they're stable for now. The monitors, they're back to stable.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to quickly give you a brief overview of how we put the budget together from a goal perspective. And this budget that we're presenting covers a number of areas. I'd like to quickly walk you through those, and this will be borne out in more detail as we get into each presentation. The first concept is sustainability. Now, sustainability can mean different things. Obviously, in the environmental world, sustainability has one definition, but the way that I would present the terminology of sustainability is to build a budget that balances the increase in growth that we have in the general fund, but recognize that some of that growth can be attributed to what may be a limited time of construction increase. So we don't want to go out and build a budget that has a lot of new FTEs that then when the construction sales tax slows down, and inevitably it will slow down, that then you run into a problem having to make cuts. So we're trying to balance from a sustainability perspective a budget that we believe can be sustained with our normal revenue growth, at the same time be able to take advantage of the construction revenues. Obviously, any budget needs to focus on public safety, and this budget reflects a number of things in both police and fire. The first and foremost is we have completed negotiations, and this budget reflects the increased costs due to having a new MOU with both GPOC and with our firefighters, and so those increases are put into there. Now, within the budgets, there are 5 new FTEs within police. 4 of those are grant funded, and then there's also an additional FTE provided in there. In the fire side, there's 4 FTEs, including 1 fire inspector, again, trying to keep up with the volume of fire inspections. As you can imagine, anything on the building safety fire inspection side has been incredibly stressed over the past couple of years due to all the growth. And we also will see in there a reclassifications where we've increased the number of engineers, and this is primarily designed then to help us manage our overtime budget better. Within the MOUs, we did address overtime. That's a focus coming into this current year, and we believe that the new FTEs in fire primarily will help, reduce our need for overtime, and thus being a benefit back to the city. It also reflects in public safety increased use of our real-time crime center, and we're on track to handle about 1,300 incidences at the real-time crime center. So that continues to grow, continues to be a critical element of how we address public safety here in the city of Glendale. It also reflects that we will have later this year, once the class is completed, we'll be standing up Medical Response Unit 158, and that will go into operation. That will then give us 2 medical response units fully operational. This budget also deals with project delivery. As you know, the city has one of its most aggressive capital improvement plan programs in place in probably recent memory, and we want to make sure that we have the right tools and resources to be able to implement and successfully deliver those projects. So you'll see throughout our budget increases in key areas around the project delivery perspective. If you go back 5-6 years ago, our capital improvement plan was pretty basic. And it seems to me that what likely happened during the downturn, and even though I wasn't here in 13 and 14, was we got rid of a lot of project delivery personnel, because obviously if you don't have projects going on, that's gonna happen. So we're just building that internal capacity back up, and this budget reflects that. Economic development, you will see that we are proposing we increase 1 FTE within economic development, and that will be then to put a person in place to really to focus on strictly on downtown. We've had numerous people that are kind of worked on helping out the downtown. We've had a contract with the Chamber of Commerce. We're recommending that we come in, assign a full-time FTE into that position. They will be there really to help us during the transition as we build out the new campus, and then more importantly, as we pivot fully to the Live at Murphy Park series, they'll have the appropriate skill sets and technical ability to help execute that plan. You'll also see under neighborhoods we'll have we've recommended an increase in code enforcement, and so there's 2 additional code enforcement positions that we're recommending. In the area of strategic performance, we've adding a 1 FTE under our organizational performance to help with our continued planning efforts as we now start drilling down to our Tier 2 level scorecards for all the departments. And so we're at that point where a lot of heavy lifting is needing to take place, and that's moving forward. And then finally, this budget reflects an increase in numerous areas for deferred maintenance. Again, a lot of catch-up's been going on the last couple of years. This new budget that we're proposing reflects even increased amounts of monies going towards deferred maintenance. While it's in a number of different areas, clearly the Parks Division is going to be a recipient of a lot of those dollars. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over, I believe, going back to Ms. Rios, and she'll take us to the next part.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps, Mayor, members of the council, Vice Mayor. Some of the other highlights of the budget, beyond just the strategy behind it, being a little more specific, it is a balanced budget. One of the things that you'll see is these additions that Mr. Phelps referred to are enabled in part by very strong sales tax revenues that continue to come in, particularly in retail, and then one-time funding coming in through construction contracting sales tax, or TPT. In the budget, we did have to absorb rather large increases in the risk management and workers' compensation funds, and also benefit claims and, benefit premiums and claims for the health insurance. We did see, as I think council knows, a bit of inflation occurring, so there are inflationary increases to things like utilities and supplies, Particularly, there is a citywide ad that you'll see for shop and fuel charges reflecting the increased cost of fuel. And then increases due to contracts that were rebid and the vendors raising prices, which also is a reflection of that same type of inflation. Last year, we opened a new splash pad at O'Neill Park, but we never put in the cost for ongoing maintenance for that facility, and we're planning to open a new splash pad this year at Sunset Palms Park. And then there is a splash pad also at Heroes, there is a splash pad at Heroes Park, but the lake that was just opened, there wasn't any operating cost included in the budget for this year. So they're being added for next year so that we'll have the right amount in there to maintain those facilities. Another thing that you'll see in this budget as the departments go through is some investments in technology in both our infrastructure, and particularly you'll see people being added and around the network infrastructure, and also in particular cybersecurity. This is becoming an increasing issue with attacks, especially on government agencies. And so that's a reflection of that, and the city needing to shore up its infrastructure and the people that are watching it as well. As Mr. Phelps mentioned, this budget already includes the salary increases and adjustments in accordance with the MOUs. And you'll see a focus now on employee retention. So built into this budget is a 5%, what we'll call a cost of living adjustment for the unrepresented or the rank and file non-MOU employees. That is the result of a compensation and classification study that was done by the HR department, and reflects the fact that most of our jobs needed a 5% adjustment in the ranges. So every job in the city is being, the range of that job is being increased by 5%. And then there were some jobs that were actually 10% below the market. And so some jobs you'll see there was a 10% movement in those ranges. And the budget also reflects the ability for us to pay up to 2% in performance pay. It also reflects the continued funding for the Service Excellence Awards that we did this year. Council, that was something council added last year, and we'd like to continue. It was very well received by the employees, and we got a lot of goodwill from the count on behalf of the council for that program. So it's being continued. And then finally, as Mr. Phelps indicated, he covered most of these positions, but you will see additions in police officers, firefighters, several park service workers to shore up and make sure that we're taking care of those of that infrastructure in the parks. And most of these others, Mr. Phelps already mentioned, engineering, that's for project delivery as well. Code inspectors for neighborhoods. He mentioned the economic development project manager, which is the downtown manager, equipment operators for solid waste, and cybersecurity analysts. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Camacho. She's going to kind of walk you through what's in your budget book and where you can go to find different types of information.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to go through what's in your binder. The first tab that you have should be the FTE schedule. So the first column on the FTE schedule should be the department. Next to that is the position description, and then the fiscal year 2022 adopted number of FTEs by position. Then right next to that would be the changes, the proposed changes for fiscal year 23 and the proposed fiscal year 23 FTEs. So for example, for budget and finance, you'll see that we're requesting 4 new FTEs in fiscal year 2023. So our total count would be going from 69.5 FTEs in fiscal year 2022 to 73.5 FTEs in fiscal year 2023. The next tab that you have are 2 reports on the approved or recommended supplementals. If you flip to that tab, the first report you'll see is the required and recommended supplementals. This report is by fund. So on the first page, for example, the first column you'll see is the fund. So the first one should be general fund. The third column is the description of the supplemental request.
Haven't broken it yet either.
Then next to that is the one-time cost, the ongoing cost, and the total cost for each supplemental. If you flip to the 6th page, that's where the recommended supplementals report by department starts. This report contains the same information, but as the report by fund, but just organized differently. So the first one you see is a report for the mayor and council, and then you'll see that it's for professional development for the council office. Then you have the ongoing cost, and then the total cost. The next tab should be the not recommended supplemental report. Again, this tab will have 2 reports, one by fund and then also by department. The report by department starts on the 2nd page. Again, it's the same information as the report by fund. The information is just organized differently. The next tab should be the change report. The change report shows any major additions or changes to the budget for each department. And the first one is the mayor and council office, and so on. Then the next tab that you should have should be the summary by fund. You will see a summary here by division for the departments. The first column should be the fund and the division, and then it does have a 3-year comparison for the budgets in here. So you see a column for the fiscal year 2021 actuals, then you have the fiscal year 2022 budget. The fiscal year 2022 is the estimates for expenditures for fiscal year 22. The baseline for fiscal year 23, and then the request for fiscal year 2023. You do have a change in dollar amount from the baseline to the request for fiscal year 23, and then a corresponding percentage of change. Then after that, you should have tabs for each department. The first tab you'll see is the Audit Department. And you'll see the fund division as the first column. Then you have, again, the 3-year comparison. You have the fiscal year 21 actuals, the budget for fiscal year 2022, and the estimates for fiscal year 22, the baseline for fiscal year 23, the total request for fiscal year 23, and the dollar change from the baseline to the request, and then also the corresponding percentage change. So I'm moving on to the presentation again. The slide that you're seeing on the screen right now is the summary of FTE changes for fiscal year 2023. Mr. Phelps and Ms. Rios went through the FTE request. This chart is organized by fund, so you do have the request for general fund in this orange column right here, and then the green is the request for the enterprise funds, The blue is the special revenue funds, and the red is for the internal service funds. The dark blue you see in the bottom of the right is the total FTE request by fund. So for the general fund, 42 positions are being requested, 3 for the enterprise funds, 5 for internal service funds, and 7 for the special revenue funds, for a total of 57 new FTE for fiscal year '23. The total operating budget for fiscal year 2023 is about $541 million. The largest component of that is general fund at $48 million, or $257 million. The second largest is the enterprise funds at 21%, or about $114 million. And the third largest is the internal service funds at 17%, or $93.2 million. This pie chart is the operating budget by function for the general fund. The total budget for the general fund is about $257 million. The largest component is police services at about 41%, or $106 million. The second largest is fire services at 21%, or about $54 million. And the third largest is the other category, which includes human resources, budget and finance, and so on. That's about 19%, or about $50 million of the total general fund operating budget.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure you probably don't have it with you, but I would like to have those numbers for last year, just for a comparison's sake. I noticed the public safety overall percentage is lower, but I suspect that's because other areas have increased, because I know public safety usually is around 66, 67% of the budget, but here you're showing it about 62%. So I'd just like to, just for myself, I don't know if anybody else would like to see that, but if you could get those figures as a comparison from this year to last year percentage of overall budget, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, we'll take a running list today of items that were requested if we don't have the information, and we'll cover them at the beginning of the meeting on Thursday. But to your point, Councilmember Tomachov, I did look at that yesterday. I don't remember the numbers in my head, but that is correct, that it looks like a lower percentage, but it's because some of the other funds or the other departments, their share has gone up. So police and fire are not being cut. They're just becoming a slightly smaller part of the pie as other pieces of the pie are getting bigger, if that makes sense.
With that, I'll turn over the presentation to Judge DiPiazza to cover the presentation for the City Court.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Mr. Phelps. It's my privilege as presiding judge to present the fiscal year 23 budget requests for the City Court. Slide, please. First, I'll provide an overview of the court's fiscal year 23 budget requests. Second, I'll discuss the court's goals, objectives, performance measures, and financial strategy. And third, I'll address the 8 individual supplements requested. Slide. This year, the court has 8 specific requests for supplementals, 6 supplementals totaling $64,378 represent new general fund money. In addition, we're asking for authorization for the court to pay the cost, including a $17,500 increase in the security guard contract with court security fund money. And third, we also request $175,000 to accommodate an IT department request for Arpa funds to update the court's technology system and to bring it into compliance with city IT data standards. Slide, please. Our warrant numbers have remained consistent in fiscal year 21-22, and we project them to remain pretty much the same in 23. E-warrants will help the court and PD to be better coordinated, more efficient, and faster. Slide, please. The Compliance Assistance Program, CAP, has been a very effective tool to collect unpaid fines. The Tax Intercept Program, TIP, has also been a very effective tool to help with collections. Slide. You'll note that this slide also reflects the court's overall clearance rate of 98% in fiscal year 21, 100% in 22, and we project 100% in 23. This number reflects that for every one new case filed in a court, we resolve one pending case. We're hoping in the future to increase that percentage so we could work through our backlog. Slide, please. When we continue a case, we inform the defendant verbally in the courtroom. We give the defendant a written hearing notice with a new date, time, and courtroom to appear. And then we text defendants a reminder the day before the court date. Glendale was a pilot court for the text reminder program. It was very effective and successful. The program was so successful that it has gone on statewide, and it's now managed by the Supreme Court. As a result, you won't see a specific cost to the city anymore, and it's the last time you'll see that slide. Slide. Time standards for the resolution of cases were suspended during the pandemic by the Supreme Court. Nevertheless, we've been working to move cases forward as expeditiously as possible. We have been successful in maintaining standards in all cases except DUI cases. We have a plan to dig out of the DUI backlog, a backlog that we share with just about every other court in the state. Number one, we're going to increase accountability through a vertical case management system. Cases are now assigned to a single judge after arraignment and stay with that judge until final disposition. That gives us continuity. As the presiding judge, I conduct settlement conferences the week before every jury trial is conducted, and this has resulted in increased dispositions before trial. Very recently, last week, the Supreme Court issued an administrative order directing that pandemic-related health emergency measures are terminated and that courts will resume normal operations. This will empower us to address the backlog as well. So the caps that we have on the number of people in the courthouse at any given time, the cap we have on the number of individuals, not only in every courtroom, but in the courthouse, will end by the end of April. This will allow us to move cases more quickly. Next, 2 cases will be set for trial on trial weeks. One is a primary, one is a backup. Again, in an effort to move cases forward to a disposition. Slide, please. Our court staff has accomplished much over the past year. I'm very proud of them. I'll touch on 2 of the highlights of their accomplishments. Number 1 is Veterans Court. We launched it on time, we did it within budget, and we're managing it within budget, and so far it has proven to be a successful program. Next is e-warrants. E-warrants has been very successful. We have taken the process from people actually writing warrants, putting them in a tube, and sending them pneumatically from the court to the police department and back. It's all done electronically. It cut down the amount of time that's spent, the number of mistakes that are made. The aim of our supplementals today, however, is to achieve 2 objectives. Number 1, to fund increases in the costs of court operations and technology updates. And number 2, to enable us to expand our Veterans Court program and to achieve the vision of a West Valley Regional Veterans Court in fiscal year 2023. Last year, we asked for no supplementals, and as promised, we successfully launched Veterans Court without new money, and we're managing it well. We're confident that with the requested supplementals, we can launch the West Valley Regional Veterans Court, improve our customer service, and enhance court security and efficiency. I'll move on to our strategy. We have a three-pronged financial strategy. Number one, we request an increase to the general fund of $64,378 in new money to fund our modest but essential 6 supplements. Number two, with council authorization, we will fully fund the court's portion of the security guard contract. It's a citywide contract. We'll fully fund our portion of it, including the increase this year from court security funds. And number three, we have that request for $175,000 in Arpa funds to fund compliance with IT data standards. Slide, please. First, I'll address 6 requests from the general fund. Number one, a public defender contract for Veterans Court. All veterans are assigned an attorney, a public defender, when they come into the program. We're asking for $22,500. That's a half contract. Now, that's not half-time. A half contract contemplates up to 200 cases in a year. If there are any additional costs for public defenders beyond that, we'll fund those costs with grant money and with contributions that we'll collect from other cities and towns that participate in the regional court. The next request is for jury summons costs. They're contractual, they're charged by the county, the service is essential for conducting jury trials, and the cost is non-negotiable. The increase this year is $7,920. Number three, our jail court overtime costs have increased for 2 reasons. Number one, jail court calendars have become longer, and number two, staff salaries over the years have increased. This supplemental of $6,782 is essential to pay for weekend and holiday jail court clerks. And for your information, this is the court's only use of overtime, weekend jail court. Next, we have a request for legal research tools. Westlaw and LexisNexis, and 1 set of paper-bound Arizona revised statutes for the court. There was a very limited budget for online research and no budget for books. These tools are basic but essential for professional court operations. The requested amount is $8,500. Next, Judge Pro Tem salary increases. We use pro tem part-time judges for a number of reasons. Number one, to cover weekend and holiday jail court. Now, to support keeping the court open during the lunch hour so we could service people throughout the day. To provide coverage for judges' sick time, vacations, etc. Judge pro tem salaries had been at $55 an hour and had not been increased for many years. They were no longer competitive. By taking the bench myself, we reduced pro tem hours used. We used those savings in this past year to increase the hourly pay for pro tem judges by $5 an hour. That helped. What I'm asking for today is a supplement of $16,776 to increase the pay by an additional $5 an hour so that we could continue our expanded access to the court and be competitive in the market with respect to pro tems. Court ER Studio Architect. We're asking for $1,900 for software. This is a tool that will allow us to create and manage documentation for numerous databases used by the court. It will expand and improve the use of available data for existing and new purposes. We're asking for the funds to buy a license so that the court could have access to this useful tool and so that we could be compliant with Supreme Court data standards. Slide, please. In another category, Court Security Fund. The city entered into an agreement with a new vendor, Allied Security, to improve service, and that has been successful. The cost to all departments using security guards has increased accordingly. We request for authorization to pay this expense, including the increased annual cost of $17,500 from the Court Security Fund. The next and last category is ARPA funds. We're asking for $175,000. This is a supplemental added to the budget pursuant to a request by IT. This supplemental will fund moving a number of court computer applications to a single city IT-approved platform. This for the purpose of enhanced network security. This contract for this platform will be administered by city IT. Slide, please. In summary, this year we requested supplements totaling $256,878. With your authorization, the court will fully fund the cost of security, including the increase from the court security fund. We ask for $64,378 in new money from the general fund for 6 of the supplements that I described, and we request the $175,000 in Arpa funds to fund that one IT supplemental. That concludes my presentation, subject to your questions.
Thank you,
And thank you
Judge.
for your attention.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody has any questions. They probably will. I just wanted to start off thanking you, thanking your staff for what I think you guys have just done an incredible job taking things over, turning things around. And, you know, the Veterans Court, I think everybody knows, is something that's been incredibly important to me. And what I'm already hearing from people on how well it's going and what you can accomplish by doing that, serving people that have served this country. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank your staff. I think you guys are doing an awesome job. I do worry a little bit that it seems like you're really cutting this to the bone, and that worries me just a little bit. I have all the confidence in the world of you. If you say that's what you need and it's going to be enough, then I'm going to take it for what you say. It just seems like you're cutting it to the bone a little bit too much, but I trust your judgment on that, sir.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Judge, thank you so much for the presentation. And I value and commend your 22 accomplishments. You and your team has done a fantastic job for the city and for the people. Question for you on the DUI decrease. Can you explain that? And then is that a negative effect on the court or more on the person who had the DUI?
I think there's a negative effect on everybody who participates in the system. I mean, we have cases that are lingering in the system for longer than in the past. That means that defendants have to come to court for a longer period of time. If there was an accident involved, it means victims are still waiting for justice as well. So it affects everybody in the system. The problem is during the pandemic, because of the limitations on numbers of people that could come into the courthouse, cases had to be continued, delayed for longer periods of time. So instead of continuing a case for 3 weeks or a month, cases were being continued for up to 3 months. So cases moved more slowly. And everybody in the system, all the courts have experienced that. We're a larger city, we've got a larger volume, so we experience it at a larger number. We do have the plan in place, things that we could do to cut into that backlog, and we're very hopeful, and I'm fairly confident that we'll be able to dig into the backlog, raise the clearance rate, number of cases in versus out, to a higher percentage for next year and in the future.
Thank you, Judge. Mayor, if I may continue. Judge, thank you for that, and I'm glad to hear you have a plan, a strategic plan to reduce that. Now, question for you. I'm not too familiar with how the court works on cases, but can you and your team prioritize those where the negative effect is more heavy on the victims than a DUI that's just the DUI person itself and no victim? If you don't have to answer that,
Yep.
If you guys can do that, that'd be great. Your supplementals, to me, are appropriate. I hope it helps moving forward. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Judge. I wish to echo the sentiments of the mayor. I think you are doing an excellent job in leadership with the court, and I know that we appreciate everything that you are doing. My questions, my first one deals with slide 16, and it's the one on warrants issued, quashed, and estimated cost avoidance. And we use FY 2020 FY21 actual, FY22 estimate, and FY23 projected. The problem with this is FY21 and 22 are practically write-offs because of COVID. The numbers have plummeted in every department with regard to statistical information because of COVID. So I looked back at 2020, which is pre-COVID or almost pre-COVID, and I noticed that warrants issued in 2020 were 7581, projected for 2023 are 6,200, and so on with the rest of the information on that slide. My concern is the amount of productivity and the fact that we still are not achieving what we achieved 3 years ago, and we're now moving out of COVID. When do you see those numbers approaching what we approached in 2020, what we had in 2020?
I'm hoping that we don't reach that number anytime soon, council member. One of the things that we're trying to do is encourage people to make their court appearances, encourage them not to fail to appear so that we have to issue warrants. A way of doing that is somebody fails to appear, a warrant is issued. When they're picked up on that warrant, more frequently, certainly not in every case, people are going to jail for a period of time. Bonds are being required, they're not being waived. So what we're hoping is that people will not require us to issue warrants in the numbers that we've seen in the past, but it remains to be seen. It's a strategy that we're employing. We'll see how it turns out.
If I might continue, Mayor, I think that's very optimistic because you know what people are like. I want to go to slide 21, which, and you talk about Veterans Court, and I understand it's been extremely successful. And you say, to date, 4 graduates have successfully completed all requirements. That's out of how many people that were assigned to Veterans Court or chose Veterans Court?
We have about 16 people in the program.
So 4 out of 60 actually?
16, ma'am.
16.
Yeah, at any given time, we've not exceeded 16. We've had 4 people actually graduate. Now, that doesn't mean that the others have failed. It means that they have not yet achieved all the requirements that the program demands. For some of them, it's a long road. As I believe I indicated a year ago, Veterans Court doesn't speed things up because we're not just pushing them through the criminal justice system. We're addressing underlying problems that requires counseling, and those programs take longer.
Okay, very good. If I could continue, Mayor? Mm-hmm. I have no problem with any of your supplementals, and I agree with the mayor. I think you were very conservative in what you asked for the court. I'm sure there's more than. Well, that brings me to my next question. Were there any supplementals that you submitted that were not recommended or not funded by the senior management team?
I don't believe so.
No.
I believe
Okay.
they were all recommended.
And I'm going to be asking that of all departments. My last question is simply a curious question for me. And I look at the titles of everybody, all the employees in your system. How many of them, and you may not know the answer to this now, and this goes for all departments as well, how many of them would you consider to be strictly classified as administrative personnel that generally, although not always, do not make contact with the public, but are simply what you would consider support staff?
That's, I'd be guessing if I gave you a number, so I'd prefer to calculate that and get back to you.
I would appreciate that. And I'm going to ask that of every department. I want to get a handle on each department, how many are administrative, and how many employees make direct contact with the public? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I do have a question about the Veterans Court. I just want to get an understanding of the cost sharing. You said, I mean, this is a part-time or a half of a, what was the word that you used?
The public defender.
Public defender. So, I mean, do we have IGAs, and is it each jurisdiction or other jurisdiction pays for their own cases or reimburses us? Or I just want to get an understanding of how that's working.
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachov, right now it's a city program. So we're paying for the entire amount. We did get a grant this year, but essentially we're paying for 100% of the program. The thought is that in the next fiscal year, we're going to expand to a regional program. In a regional program, what we'll do is invite other cities and towns in the West Valley, many of which are smaller and it's not practical for them to have their own program, and have them send their veterans to us. Now, there are costs involved. We'll require them to use their own prosecutor. We'll require them to use their own court clerks, but our clerks are going to have to do the overall management of the program, and that's going to be a cost that we share with them. It's a model that's used in the East Valley and has been used successfully. We look at all the costs, then we take a look at what the proportional share of that cost is for each city that participates based on the number of people they send us, and we charge them for that cost. So it's not something we're doing now, it's something we're going to do in the future. But going forward, just for the Glendale numbers, and we expect it to grow, we're going to need a public defender. We're paying this out of hide this year. I said we would, and we are. But to continue to do it, we're going to need a half-time contract just for Glendale folks.
Okay, Mayor, if I could, I'm not objecting to the, I just wanted to get an understanding. I wasn't, so we are only hearing veterans cases that are in our own jurisdiction at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Judge DiPietro. How are you?
Well,
Good, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm interested in the digital check-in system and reader boards, your largest supplemental out of the Arpa Fund. It's $175,000. I'm guessing most of that is one-time upfront costs for equipment. Will there be ongoing costs year after year? And then also, can you just briefly describe the public benefit to that? I think it's worth knowing.
so we now have a digital reader board. When you come into the courthouse, there's a board. It has all the cases on that day, tells you what courtroom. When you go to the courtroom, we require each defendant to check in. So the individual will actually check in, which keys the clerk that the person is present, and that we have to, not only the clerk, but also the attorneys, that the person is present and that we should begin processing the individual's file so that it could be brought to the judge. It's also another way, it's another opportunity for us to identify veterans. One of the questions on check-in is, are you a veteran? This system helps us track people in the courthouse, track our cases, and our productivity. Candidly, this system was requested by IT with respect to the technical aspects of it. I'm a simple country lawyer. It's far beyond me, and I'm going to have to defer to IT. My understanding is that what this will do is take us away from platforms that we're using now that perhaps are not as secure as the platform or platforms that will be suggested and implemented by IT, and that'll give us greater security. Ongoing costs, I expect there'll be some ongoing costs as we progress.
Mayor, if I could continue.
Go ahead.
A simple country lawyer, as like Jimmy Carter was just a peanut farmer, I suppose. But, so it's going to replace the existing system, modernize it, but it's the enhanced internal security, a more secure system.
It's the platform that we use, that we're linked to. So instead of using a GoDaddy, it'll be one that's provided or selected by IT and is determined to be a safe platform, safer platform.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Our next presentation this morning will be the Community Services Department, and we'll turn that over to Ms. Moreno.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Good morning, Mayor, Council, Mr. Phelps. I am pleased to present to you the Community Services budget today. Next slide. As you can see, the Community Services Department consists of 5 divisions. We have about 96 full-time employees and about $46 million budget. Of important note, of that $46 million, about 80% of that is grant funded and about 20% is general funded. And you can see that we have been working very hard over the last couple of years because our vision really is to be that national model for innovative community services. Next slide. So this is an overview of our operating budget. About $35 million, or 76% of our budget, is for operating and about 21% for salaries. So in that operating, that's a majority of our grant dollars that provide funding for programs and services for Glendale residents. Next slide, please. Here you can see a few of our performance measures that we have been tracking for several years. You can see that our public housing occupancy rate has maintained per regulatory standards at about 98%. Another one that I will point out is over the past couple of years, obviously COVID has driven a huge increase in emergency services and crisis services for our residents, and we've continued to remain strong and have served about 3,000 households this year. Next slide, please. Here you can see some activity related to our community engagement program and our volunteer programs with both the libraries and just general community engagement. And so you can see we are starting to see numbers grow. Obviously during the pandemic, there was a decrease in volunteer activity, but we are seeing those numbers that are going back to what we previously had seen pre-pandemic in fiscal year 19. So we are happy to see that. Of important note here, though, is that even though we've still been experiencing the effects of the pandemic, we have continued to grow our partnerships with the community. We're at about 227 this year, so we're very proud of that. Next slide, please. So some of our key accomplishments. Again, I mentioned the pandemic assistance has been critical. Our Community Action Program Office, as well as programs through our Homeless Master Services Agreement, have just really been highly utilized over the last year, and we've distributed over $18 million in emergency crisis funding to over 3,000 households, and that's just through our Community Action Program alone. Of special note is through our partner programs, as well as our city programs through the CAP office, we have housed over 325 households that had been experiencing homelessness. And so that is something that we're very, very proud of as well. Then,
Hold up just a second.
yes, sir.
I'm going to make a statement, so this is not bad for you, but I just want to correct something. There was a meeting held last week very close to us. It was talking about homelessness, and a statement was made by the gentleman that put it on that the city of Glendale isn't doing anything for homeless. And it really upset me when I heard that. In fact, there was a congressperson's staff that was there that then supported what he said and said, well, you know, we gave them a lot of money and we can't believe they haven't done anything. So obviously we're not getting the word out well enough. So I just want you to know that these are incredible numbers. They are absolutely mind-blowing numbers. And for somebody to make a statement like that when I knew that that wasn't true, I wasn't there, I just got word afterwards. We just have to do a better job of letting people know that. And I'll get with you on the people and who and let you sort of straighten them out, if you would. But this is incredible. I'm really, really happy that, and I've told you this before, I'm really happy you're in a position that you're in. You're doing a marvelous job. So I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to set the record straight.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I would be happy to ensure that the public is fully aware of everything that we're doing here in the city of Glendale. As a matter of fact, we're making a presentation, a fully comprehensive presentation to the council in May, the first workshop in May, and so I would invite all members of the public to please tune in. There will also be some information coming out through the Maricopa Association of Governments regarding our comprehensive investments in programs and services designed to help people who are experiencing homelessness as well. And then I'd also just like to point out, so the slide currently says that through our Homeless Master Services Agreement, we have delivered over 10,000 units of service. However, these slides were done several weeks ago, and we just recently got updated numbers, and that number is actually over 12,000 units of service through the Homeless Master Services Agreement. So the program began last fiscal year, the beginning of the fiscal year, and has continued to grow, and we have some sustainability for that program with home ARP funding for the next fiscal year, and we're going to continue to, and you'll see one of our budget supplementals is really designed to ensure that we have long-term sustainability for these programs and services in our community.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Could you just tell the public what unit of service means?
Sure. So under our Homeless Master Services Agreement, the services that can be provided are anything from helping someone obtain an identification to case management, counseling, housing navigation. There's a whole array of services, probably 15, 20 different services that we're tracking. And what that 10,000 units of service means is that we've provided over 10,000 different types of services to people experiencing homelessness in Glendale. So it's specifically for Glendale residents or people who are in Glendale that are experiencing homelessness. And so within that 10,000 units of service, we break it down into the different types of services, and that's why I was able to tell you that we've housed over 300 homeless families between our CAP program and the Homeless Master Services Agreement. So when we make that presentation in May to the council, we'll be providing the whole array of programs and services that are being delivered through that Homeless Master Services Agreement. Okay, next slide, please. So we have also successfully launched 3 new programs this year. One that we are very proud of, it's an internal program, it's an employee giving program. We have engaged with our very own employees to give back to people who are in need in our community right here in Glendale, and it's been very well received. Our Holiday Adoptive Family Program attracted over $50,000 in contributions for Glendale residents and Glendale families. We've also launched the Dementia Friendly Glendale Initiative and have trained over 500 employees, and that includes 40 partners. And then we also launched a very unique and creative partnership this past February and did a Sleep in Heavenly Peace Build. That is a nonprofit organization that provides beds to children in Glendale who don't have beds to sleep in. That particular event attracted over 150 volunteers who built 100 beds right there on site. It was a really awesome event, and it attracted over $20,000 in contributions from private donations. Next slide, please. So in addition to all of the things that we're providing for the community and the services we're providing for residents, we are also creating an internal focus on developing our team in community services, many of whom are here with me today. So we have a couple of collaborations with organizational performance. We obviously are working on our Tier 2 scorecard and are nearing completion of that. We are also going through a library process improvement team, just really understanding library programs and services and identifying new ways that we can implement the libraries of the future. In addition, I'm very proud of the work that we're doing in strengthening workforce development. So we've collaborated with the Human Resources Department, the City Clerk's Department, as well as the Police Department to provide unique training opportunities for our division. The one that I'm most proud of is the compassion fatigue training. Our team has been working with the public now under crisis conditions for over 2 years, and this training that we partnered with PD on was very well received. We trained over 70 employees, really trying to create a focus on employee wellness and making it okay and to understand what it means to be in a service position and delivering those crisis services and the kind of stress that can provide, but really so that our employees know that we care about them. So that was one thing that we are very, very proud of. Next slide, please. And then we're also have implemented several initiatives around strengthening our workforce culture in our department. And the Beatitudes that you can kind of see there, this is something that our management team came up with, and it really just explains like what we expect from our employees in our department about being brave and being professional and being real and open. We've also implemented fun committees, which gives our employees an opportunity to do things at work, to have a good time while they're getting work done. It helps keep people productive and happy while they're in the workplace. And then we're also launching a communication advisory committee where we're hoping to get feedback directly from line-level employees to help us improve how we communicate within our department to ensure our employees have information that they need, they have training that they need, and that they also have access to me and their other department leaders as well. Next slide, please. So these are our fiscal year 23 supplemental requests. We do have 4 requests for the general fund. The first one is the library security, which is an inflationary item related to the increased costs for security services. The second one is program coordinator temporary pay, $53,709. What this particular supplemental will help us do is it will help us maintain the quality volunteer projects that we have. And I mentioned that high number of community partnerships. It will help us to continue to be able to provide that kind of service, matching volunteer organizations who want to work in our community with opportunities. It will also help us to continue to be able to grow programs like Dementia Friendly Glendale and the program with Sleep in Heavenly Peace as well. The next budget supplemental request is for a new FTE for a Community Services Assistant Director. I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation that about 80% of our funding comes from grant sources. Those grant sources are highly regulatory and requires a lot of oversight. There's very little room for error when it comes to managing those grant programs, and that encompasses a majority of the funding for 3 out of our 5 divisions. What we expect to accomplish by having an assistant director in this position is obviously ensuring our regulatory requirements, but we also want to create capacity to consider new grant opportunities and programs. The Department of Housing and Urban Development regularly offers opportunities for housing agencies or other public agencies to pursue new grant opportunities, and we just haven't had the ability to do that. We hope that that will be accomplished as a result of this particular position. Additionally, one of my driving desires in this position is I really want to create an impact on our poverty level in our community. And so by having an additional position to help us focus on maintaining our regulatory obligations, but also focusing on strategic programs and service delivery, and really looking at how we are doing that to influence our poverty rate in our community is very important. And then our last general fund budget supplemental is for the Glendale Works program. You're all very familiar with the Glendale Works program. One thing you may not be familiar with is the funding for the Glendale Works program. The majority of that funding is for the staff, right? So the paying the wages for the workers, and that particular cost can't be covered by our grants. It is something that has to be funded with other sources. So over the last several years, due to COVID and due to reductions in the number of people they could have on those vans, we've been able to keep the program afloat. However, moving into the next fiscal year, we do need an additional supplemental to support the salaries for those workers. This will also be supplemented by our field operations departments, who will have a similar match by using their temporary line item pay. So that concludes the general fund supplementals. Next, I'll go into all of our grant supplementals. So the first one here that you see under home grants, that 908, that is for carryover funding. So it's basically funding that was allocated during the last fiscal year or prior fiscal years that we need to have the authority to continue to spend. The $2.8 million that you see there for the home ARP allocation, that is a new allocation that is coming from HUD, and that is specifically to provide homeless services. We spoke to the council about that last December and talked about allocation recommendations for that funding. That is the primary source that we expect to be able to continue sustainability for the Homeless Master Services Agreement into the next fiscal year. Next slide, please. Continuing on with our grant requests, again, most of these are carryover. The 530, again, is carryover funding. We just need the capacity to be able to spend it in next fiscal year. The 2.4 million is our regular community development block grant allocation that we expect to receive. We haven't received the final notice from HUD yet, but we expect to receive that over the next couple of months. And that will also be coming on council voting meeting over the next couple of weeks. And then the next two, the CDBG COVID-1 and COVID-3, again, those are carryover dollars as well. And moving on, the Community Services LIHEAP ARP 835, that is a new allocation from the Department of Economic Security, and that provides home energy assistance for Glendale residents. So that is a new allocation for this next fiscal year. And then the next three lines, the 173 is our regular allocation of emergency solutions grants, as well as the carryover for those other two programs. And then the HUD housing programs, the 1.6 million, that is the expected additional cost of our housing assistance payments that we pay on behalf of our residents. So that is what HUD is expecting to increase our budget to. Next slide, please. So we have two IT project requests that are being recommended for funding out of ARPA. The first is our library mobile phone app. That particular app will allow library patrons to download the app. They can check out books using the app. They can manage multiple library cards for their family on one app. It's just another opportunity for us to engage our library patrons and to provide ease and convenience for them to access our services. And then the second item is a grants management project. So you'll recall that the council had approved a project for the Community Revitalization Division last fiscal year. We expect to be going live before the end of this fiscal year, and that is to help us to provide comprehensive management of our grants and subrecipients. This particular project is going to be building onto that same platform, but it's going to be to provide a case management platform for our community action program. The current platform that we have is an off-the-shelf product. When we launched our emergency services program, our emergency rent assistance program, it was very difficult to make the system work for what we needed it to do. We have successfully, thankfully, with the help of organizational performance and our business intelligence and analytics officer, we've been able to make it work, but we need a better system that's more flexible and will allow us to welcome new programs and projects in the future without having to completely redesign a new system. So I'd like to thank IT for helping us identify that solution as well. And that concludes my presentation. All of the supplementals that we had requested were approved and recommended by management, but I would be happy to take any other questions.
Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Slide 35. This is just a curious question for me. What does a community services assistant director do for $167,000?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark. So it is an assistant director position, similar to other assistant director positions that we have throughout the organization. So as an example, budget and finance, human resources. The primary reason why we need an assistant director in our department is because we do have a very large budget and have a high degree of regulatory responsibility. However, the purpose and the reason why I requested this position is because I want to go after more grant dollars. I want to be able to provide more programs and services for our residents so that we can reduce the poverty rate in our city. And in order to do that, I need a high-level operator who can support the work that we're doing and support all of our divisions and helping them assess their operations, assess their programs and services, help us to ensure that we're conducting appropriate community needs assessments, understanding what our residents need. So it does need to be a higher-level operator for the department.
Thank you. Good answer. Also, you are a dynamo. I think you found your niche when you took over community services. You're doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
I'm very impressed. On your actual budget, and there's no page number, but it would be the first page of the actual budget that starts with Community Services Administration. That's the top line on the page. Okay, under community engagement, you're requesting in 2023 $236,546. What will this actually be used for?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, so that includes one regular status position that currently exists, and then it includes the new supplemental that we're requesting for an additional temporary staff. But then the rest of it is operational dollars, so that's the funding that we use to deliver really over 100 different volunteer opportunities for our community.
If I might continue, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Next question would be, is the library back to the full number of hours that it was before COVID? You know, we used to be open a lot more. Are we back to that? Do you have plans to get us back to that?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, you'll recall that last fiscal year when we reopened the libraries, with consistent hours across all libraries. I'll get you the numbers and I can get you some comparative analysis for prior fiscal years. And I can get you the benchmarks also as to how we compare with other communities as well. When we reopened the libraries and we reopened with consistent hours and we're open 7 days a week, it was a huge benefit. We had continued to receive feedback from our residents that the inconsistent hours amongst branches was difficult, and only having one branch open on Sundays. We have seen continued patronage, and we're continuing to see our circulation numbers increase, but having those consistent hours has been huge, and it did add a couple of hours, but I'll get you the comparative analysis.
Okay. I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice-Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Moreno, thank you so much for all you do. I appreciate every department in the city, but this is one that I just fit well in because I grew up a recipient of many programs that you administer. But you set the bar really high for everybody in the room who's going to ask for supplementals. The answer you gave to Councilmember Clark is absolutely incredible. I want to reduce poverty. Wow, that's a tearjerker. That's awesome. Your Beatitudes is exactly why residents regardless of Glendale or Phoenix, wherever they come from, will be comfortable coming in asking for those services that we deliver. When I was growing up, it was humiliating having to come and ask for those services, but we did. It was because people treated us warm and welcoming. They put themselves in our shoes. And that's exactly what you do, and that under your leadership, you're asking your staff to do the same. If you guys can continue to do that, we're going to help more and more people. And under your leadership, I want to reduce poverty. That's my quote, and I'm always going to keep it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Mellor.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Moreno, I too want to congratulate you on a job well done so far. Your passion is really a catalyst to change and improvement. And I've seen it personally. I've been out there in the field when you've been out there, and I've seen your passion for making a change for those that have special needs. You've done some incredible things, but I also want to congratulate you for having employees who have been absolutely incredible. They have not only improved the lives of those who volunteer and help out, but they have tremendously improved the lives of those that they impacted and helped. And without that leadership and that ability for them to do that, it wouldn't have happened. So thank you, and thank you to your employees.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to make a statement, and then we'll get everybody else. You and I have meetings really frequently. You do have a superstar that's under you, Michelle, and I don't know if most people know who she is, but she's really awesome working with the community. So I wanted to point her out. She was a big part of the Sleeping Heavenly Peace that was incredibly successful. Looks like we're going to be able to grow that program with even more partnerships. But I didn't want you to get all the accolades.
No.
You deserve most of them, but you do have a superstar,
really
and several,
don't.
I'm sure. But Michelle, I work with frequently too, and she really is awesome. So Councilmember Clark has one more question.
Take Tomachoff next.
Let's take yours first, and then we'll come down here, because yours will be really short.
Okay, yeah, it will be.
It is?
I almost forgot to ask what I'm going to ask every department. Can you get to me administrative versus those who have direct contact with the public? Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Save it short. Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Moreno, I would like to echo everybody's sentiments. I mean, I shudder to think of, nobody knew we were going to be living through a pandemic, but without your leadership, I hate to think about what might have happened to some of our Glendale families. I mean, you literally were a lifesaver to a lot of people, you and your staff. I mean, want to give your staff credit. You can't, I know we all know you can't do this by yourself, but you really have, I think, found your niche. I mean, this is something that you really live and breathe, and our residents benefit from that. So thank you for your leadership and your passion. It's hard to, I mean, it's so unusual that it kind of almost by happenstance that, but you really are making a difference in this community, and thank you for that. But I do have a question on the Glendale Works program, because I'm not sure I quite understood. So are we paying more people? Are we hiring somebody to manage the program? Or is it because the minimum wage is going up? Or I'm not exactly sure what the $133,000 is for.
Mayor and Councilmember Tolmachoff, it is not for program administration. It is for the staff salaries, so for anyone who comes and works in that program. But what this is allowing us to do is to fully operationalize the 2 vans, 10 workers, 4 days a week, 5 hours a day, to ensure its maximum capacity. So over COVID, they haven't been able to operate at maximum capacity. Now that we're exiting COVID, we anticipate being able to operate at full capacity. And so the overall program, the staff salaries is well over $250,000. And so this will supplement what had already been being provided by the Field Operations Department, who is also increasing their allocation as well to ensure that we can run 2 full vans every week of the year.
So, Mayor, if I could, so is the program growing? And I like the program. I think it's great. But one of the concerns that I've had from the very beginning is, are we pulling, because our point-in-time counts were high, about double. So, I mean, we just don't want to be creating more of a homeless problem in Glendale. So, are we able to gather data from the people participating in this program and find out? Are we pulling people in from other communities that we end up, more doubling our number? Or are we even allowed to ask questions and find out, where did you come from? How did you hear? Are we gathering data so we can maybe, if we need to make some changes, make some changes?
Mayor and Councilmember Tolmachoff, I can certainly follow up with you and meet with you to kind of talk holistically about the program. What I can tell you is that we do turn away a lot of participants. The participants that come to the program, they are coming from streets in Glendale. So our street outreach teams through Phoenix Rescue Mission, CBI, that's where they're attracting those individuals from, is physically on the streets here in Glendale. As far as whether or not we might be pulling in people from other communities, I don't believe that we are. I can certainly follow up with them and ask them if they're seeing any of that. But we've had lots of different meetings with other partner organizations, and there is a need in our community, because you are correct, our homeless numbers are growing, and this is a critical opportunity for our street outreach teams to engage people in services. So this is sort of like the hook to get people in, and then we get them the appropriate services that they need. We help them with an ID. We help them, through a variety of different things. If they have substance abuse issues, we get them into counseling, and that's the way you can help move people through that spectrum of homelessness. Without this program, we're missing a huge opportunity to reach people and get them connected with services.
Mayor, if I could, and I wasn't sure what the reason was, and I sort of suspected that the increase in homeless was the count or point-in-time count was because maybe we're connecting with more, and we're able to identify more of the homeless in our community. So that sounds like that's probably what that is that they're, because I know the counters sometimes have time locating people. And getting a good count. So because of the programs that we're offering and connecting people to services, maybe they're easier to identify, and that's why our number was up. But I have had some residents ask me too, are we attracting homeless with this program? I think everybody's very supportive of the program. We just want to make sure that we're primarily serving people who are in our city. So thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, hold on a second. If a statement she made, I think needs to be corrected a little bit, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. But at the last MAG meeting that we had talking about homelessness, the point and count across the entire state averaged with all the cities approximately 18% each year. Without a point in time being done last year, it was not accurate because it had the appearance that it was like a 35% increase when it truly wasn't when you figured 2 years. But the point I wanted to make is the numbers that Glendale had, you went back yourself and looked at them, really microcosmed, I mean, really got into it, and realized that there were people that were double counted when in fact Glendale was the only one that had the lower amount of homelessness increase of all the other cities. Is that correct?
Mayor, I can't speak to the last part of the statement, but yes, I did go through and comb through those numbers. What I can tell you is there are a lot of contributing factors to homelessness, and it's not just in Glendale. It is across our region and it's across our nation. One of the biggest challenges for homelessness, and Ishmael can speak to this as well, we receive calls every single day from people who are losing their homes. They're getting evicted, and we're doing everything we can to keep them housed. There is an affordable housing crisis. We don't have enough housing to house people who don't make the area median income for their wages for their household. And so it is not just a situation where we're dealing with chronic homelessness. Chronic homelessness accounts for about 20% of all homelessness throughout the nation. We're dealing with a significant number of people who are first-time homeless. They've never been in this situation before, partly because of COVID. They lost a job, they lost wages, those types of things. And my goal and my passion and my team's passion is making sure that we can capture as many of those people and have a multi-pronged approach by ensuring that we as a city are attracting, and I heard this term the other day, attainable housing, something that people can attain. So it's about increasing our housing stock and the number of affordable units. It's about making sure that we have the comprehensive array of services for wherever you're at in that spectrum. And it's about providing ongoing case management and supportive services to help people and expose them to opportunities to where they can move out of poverty, and providing them with those tools and resources that they need, whether it's education or budget and finance and those types of things. So it's a big problem, but it's not just about homelessness. To answer your question about do I feel personally that we're attracting people to our community because of the programs and services we offer, no. I feel like we had an unmet need in our community for a very long time.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to commend the mayor and Eugene for the What Works program. It's very successful and leads me to this question. Is there a way, I know there is a way with dollars, but is there a way to expand that program? Right now, they do landscape maintenance at parks and things like that, rights of way. Can we expand and provide more work, for example, at the Recycle Center is the one that comes to mind. Are there other opportunities out there to get people working other than just cleaning up landscaping?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, so that is one of the initiatives that I intend to pursue over the next year, which is engaging more of the private sector employers for providing employment opportunities. And then also, not just about the temporary day labor, but can we engage our private employers with providing long-term employment opportunities for these individuals who are ready for that. So that is kind of the next phase. It's what we've always kind of envisioned. We're in the third fiscal year of the program. And it was like 3.5 fiscal years because I know we started it partway through. But that's really, the 5-year plan is making sure that it's grown, that it includes multiple partners. It's not just the city and our provider, but that we're engaging the private sector. But not just for those temporary opportunities. We need to get people fully employed with longer term opportunities with quality companies.
The next step.
Mayor, if I could follow up? That's a good point. And Glendale is growing jobs like crazy out in the Loop 303, the new Frontier Corridor. And there are, you look at companies that are going to be hiring 2,000 people over the next couple of years. I would think that some of those jobs, if we can connect these people who are recently homeless and have lost jobs due to COVID, we ought to be able to connect some of those people with those major companies, which will be begging for workforce as they open. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Jane, thank you so much for mentioning the housing crisis. We need more multi-family housing in Glendale. We need both market rate and we need affordable housing. I know some will disagree, but that's where we need to have. We need more inventory. In Maricopa County alone in 2021, 182,000 people were evicted from their homes and their rental property. In 22, it's going to be even more. So it's getting worse and getting worse and getting worse. But I'm happy and glad that you mentioned that because we need more inventory. And our staff is bringing more of those housing projects. I know I've got 3 or 4 in my district now. I'm really excited about it. But the harsh reality is that in Maricopa County alone, we're probably going to be near 300,000 evictions and going to continue. Those people come to the city of Glendale, city of Phoenix, West Valley for the services that you provide. I don't think we're causing more of a homeless issue. It's just a harsh reality. But continue doing what you're doing. You at the helm, I'm pretty happy that we're going to help people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Moreno, I won't embarrass you with how much I appreciate you and admire the job that you do and what a wonderful staff in all of your branches. That's been done enough. So I had a question regarding the Glendale Works program, and here we're talking about an expense associated with it, but there really is a lot of benefit associated. And do we track and quantify that benefit? And if it's something, can we either get that out to council and the public between now and a month from now when you're back for the homeless presentation, or maybe it's part of that presentation, so that we can really see the benefit that comes from that program?
Mayor and Councilmember Turner, I'd be happy to. I have the information here, but I can't read it. So I'll follow up with you.
Okay. And because I know it's made a difference in people's lives, but it also, and it makes a difference in our lives too, with the impact it has on our cities and our city parks, rights of ways, and things like that. So, and then to the homeless or to the housing issue, it's Vice Mayor's absolutely right. We need more housing. This is largely a supply and demand issue, and the supply is short, the demand is high, so there goes the price. We need to encourage more housing starts at all price levels, at any price level, whatever they're willing to build. And then once the supply catches up with the demand, we will see housing prices fall, particularly in the rental market. But the shortage that we're seeing right now is, it's not much more expensive really to build a high-end apartment than it is to build market or workforce apartments. They all have the same lumber, the same electrical, the same all of that. The fixtures may be a little different. The amenities may be, slightly larger, but really the real cost is all in there, baked in already. So it's a supply issue, and we need to increase the supply at any price, is my opinion. And as that supply meets the demand, we will see prices fall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is the Budget and Finance Department and the Non-Departmental Department. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Camacho.
Good morning again, Mayor, members of the council. I'll be presenting the budgets for the Budget and Finance Department and Non-Departmental. I'll go through both presentations and then I'll open it up for any questions that you may have. The proposed budget for the Budget and Finance Department is about $12 million. We have a total of 73.5 FTEs. The largest component of our budget is salaries and benefits at $7.6 million, or 64%. The second largest is the operating cost of about $3.4 million, or 28%. The next 2 slides are the performance measures for Budget and Finance. Last February, Standard & Poor's upgraded the city's bond rating for general obligation bonds from AA- to AA. All other bond ratings remain the same. We are meeting the council-adopted financial policies. In this slide, I will focus on the performance measures for customer service. They are towards the bottom of this slide. They are the % of calls answered within 1 minute and % of calls abandoned. As you can see from fiscal year 2020, the % of calls answered within 1 minute dropped from 80% to 71% in fiscal year 2021. And the number of calls abandoned, or the abandon rate, dropped from 2.5% in fiscal year 2020 to 6% in fiscal year 2021. The reason for that is back in about May or June of 2020, we started taking on CAP calls, or the Community Action Program customer calls. That added about 3,500 of additional calls to our total call volume. That's about 30% of new calls. We, customer service, did make significant improvements to the call handling for CAP. Pre-COVID, they were averaging about 3,500 calls per month with an abandon rate of 75%. So that means out of the 3,500 calls, only 875 was getting through or getting answered. Since customer service has taken over the calls, we've reduced the number of calls per month to 2,500 and the abandon rate to 10%. But you can see in the metrics here, it did impact our overall metrics. So the total calls that the customer service division is handling per month or an annual basis. For our accomplishments, we've talked about the customer calls. We also have Revenue Recovery Division. Our revenue recovery collected $6.9 million in delinquent sales tax. They filed 149 liens, totaling about $222,000, and they also filed debt offset on 620 accounts, totaling about $101,000. The Budget and Finance Department also issued new general obligation bonds and water and sewer obligations to fund city capital projects. In fiscal year 2022, we also issued certificates of participation to fund the city's public safety retirement system, or PSPRS, unfunded pension liability. That resulted in a net present value savings of $116 million to the city. We talked about the GO bond rating upgrade. We did also receive the Government Finance Officers Association's Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and also the Excellence in Financial Reporting. Our supplemental request, the first 5 is general funded supplementals. The first 2 are just increases in costs for the budget book printing and budget schedule publication. We've also had an increase in the investment advisor fee. The fee is based on the amount of monies we invest. So as we have more fund balance, we're investing more. So that's a percentage of the fee. Then we also have the debt book online software. The debt book software will be used to manage debt or obligations for the city, and also lease accounting that the city is required to implement this year. The credit card fee increase, you have 2 components. One are funded by general fund, and the second one is funded by the water fund. These are payments for water utility, also any credit card payments for libraries, parks and rec, and also business licensing. As we pushed out more electronic payment mechanism, the fees are also increasing, because that's based on the number of transactions that we're doing. We are requesting a total of 4 FTEs. The senior collections representative will be doing collections for the city. So sales tax is more complicated. And as you can see in the accomplishment slides, collections are more than paying for themselves. This will likely increase our collections for past due or delinquent sales tax accounts, water utilities, and so on. The 2 customer service representative, 1 senior and 1 lead, these are funded by the general fund because they will be helping with the CAP calls. We are also now taking on customer calls for community revitalization. So even though we've dropped the call volume to 2,500 a month for community services. That's slightly increasing again, back up to $3,500 because we're taking on more calls. We've also added code compliance into Glendale 1, and as we go into the one-stop shop, we, Budget and Finance, expect to take on more calls for citywide operations. And the last FTE is a buyer 2. So that buyer will be responsible for doing bids, RFPs, so informal and formal bids, and also be assisting with the administration of the city's procurement card program, and will be assisting with the vendor maintenance, so getting vendors paid. We also have an IT project supplemental for a sales tax application app. I did not put this in our accomplishments, but in collaboration with IT, we were able to develop an application that allows us to view all sales tax data statewide. This helps us with audit leads and also with collections. This has a revenue offset of about $112,000 because we do plan on sharing the app with the city for a nominal cost. We are going to be doing a workshop on the sales tax application in the future, so you guys can see all the benefits of this. I'm going to move on to non-departmental before I open it up for questions. The non-departmental department has about $17 million in proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. There are no FTEs charged to this division. All the costs, primarily the costs, are on operating, so supplies and contracts. In the non-departmental, we have the 2023 Super Bowl expenditures budgeted here. We also have the arena management fees and the Arizona Sports and Tourism sales tax rebates. We have 4 memberships being paid out of non-departmental, and that's for Westmark. Westmark, I believe, is $6,000 per year. We also have League of Arizona Cities in Town, and that's about $93,000. The Maricopa Association of Governments, or MAG, that's $48,000 annually, and the National League of Cities, that's about $15,000 annually. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple questions. On the non-departmental, and I don't know where it is in the budget book, but there's a annual transfer from the NHL, the money that was wired to the NHL, and I know we're putting some of that back in water. I know Vicki and I have been through this. Is that in non-departmental, or where is that this year? That is a transfer, I know, so.
Mayor, members of the council, that is considered a transfer, so that is not recorded in non-departmental. On April 19th, for our next budget workshop, we will be showing you the various components of the budget transfers coming out of the general fund. And also for this one is the interfund loans, or the payments will be shown as a transfer coming into the water and sewer, et cetera.
Okay. We used to show it as non-departmental, I think. So I think in my mind, at least a few years ago, I think that's where it used to be. But anyway, okay. I have one other question, Mayor. When we had the presentation about changing how we were going to be managing grants, the process through the city of the grants, we were told that you know, how busy she is. And I started thinking we may be missing some opportunities as far as grants, and what I wanted to know was whether we should maybe have a allocation of money in your supplemental for contract grant work in the event that there's an opportunity, and it would only be spent if there was an opportunity. But if there was an opportunity for somebody to do more grant writing or something special, I believe the state probably likely is going to fund the Heritage Fund again this year. So just to have an allocation of some funds of, I don't know, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 that would only be spent if there was an opportunity to get a contract with somebody to write a grant, so we wouldn't miss on an opportunity if our own grant writer was too busy or maybe didn't necessarily have the skills for that type of grant.
Mayor, members of the council, I'll answer that question. I know that when we had the grants presentation, it sort of led you to believe that she was very busy, but in fact, we have numerous people throughout the city writing grants. So the work is not all being done by Ms. Cray. She reviews all of that and works with the departments to do it. But police department writes grants, fire department writes grants, Jean's group writes grants, Parks and Recreation, they have people who write grants. So it was just came out a little bit differently at the workshop than probably reality is. And so we have a lot of people around various departments in the city looking for grant opportunities and writing grants, as well as Ms. Cray. So at this point, I don't see the need for it, but of course, if that's something council's interested, we can explore the idea further.
Mayor, if I could, I mean, the money would only be spent if there was an opportunity to actually seek somebody out and write a grant, and it may be a very specialized type of grant where you would have, and you could go out into the marketplace. I mean, I know there are a lot of grant writers that work by contract, so I literally left that workshop with the impression that she had too much to do, and made me think that we may be missing some opportunities. So I don't know whether anybody else, the money would only be spent if there was actually a grant that needed to be written. But I left the workshop with the impression that we may be missing some opportunities. And I know that some grants, grant writing is definitely a skill. And there's a lot of different types of grants and a lot of different type of skills you need for different types of grants. So, and if nobody's interested in that, I just thought I would ask.
Mr. Melvin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about the credit card fee. You mentioned, I believe that was part, including the water service fees. Is that correct?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, it includes the water utility payments.
Okay. My question, I have a couple of questions regarding that. So it's an increase of $133,000. Do you know what the total budget is for that? Is that under the line item miscellaneous services? Is that?
Mayor, members of the council, the general fund component of it, yes, it would be under the miscellaneous services under budget and finance. And give me a minute, let me take a look at it.
Okay.
I believe that's a 37% increase over last year.
It's a total of $525,000 for the budget year. Does that sound about right?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, that sounds about right.
So is that for all credit card processing throughout the entire city, or is most of that related to our services like water services?
Mayor, members of the council, it would include all credit card payments processed throughout the city.
Okay. My question is this. I've seen when I pay some of my other utility bills that they require you to do a ACH, a direct debit to your checking account or a debit card. And if you use a credit card, they actually charge you a little fee for that. I mean, we're talking $500,000. Is that something that we've ever considered doing here in the city? And if we were to do that, do we feel like it would impact the collection of our fees, or why wouldn't we consider looking at that?
Mayor, members of the council, it is something that we are going to be looking into. We do have two merchant services, so two companies that process our credit card payments. One is Paymentus, and one is also the Bank of America Authorized.net. So with Bank of America, because we're not assessing a fee, our charge, or the chargebacks are, the fees that we're paying are actually at a lower rate. They're negotiated because we're not assessing a fee to our customers. But should we look into that, it is something that we will bring forward for City Council, for City Council's consideration.
Yeah, I would definitely encourage that we do that, just because, I mean, we're talking $500,000 a year now in fees. If we can, and it's because people use the convenience of a credit card. But like me, when I pay my utility bill, and if there's going to be a little fee there, I go to the checking account or the debit card. Just because I can still do it. Many people use credit cards because they get points and mileage and those kinds of things, and we're subsidizing that basically through taxpayer money, and I think we ought to look into changing that. Thank you.
Councilmember Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a series of questions, and the first one relates to page 45. And it was a curious question. You reference $101,000 debt offset. Could you explain what that means?
So the debt offset is, I'll use water utility. If a customer is delinquent in their water utility account, we can do a debt offset on their tax return. So for example, what can happen is if they're getting a refund, then we can sweep partially part of that refund for their tax return to pay the water utility delinquent account that they have.
Okay, thank you. Then,
Go ahead.
thank you. Could you, on slide 48, you have a senior customer service representative and a lead customer service representative. What's the difference in those two positions?
Our senior customer service representative, they handle more complicated calls, so escalations can go to them, but they also handle primarily our billing processes. Our lead customer service representative will be assisting with supervising our customer service representative. So they will have a supervisory role, so that would be the difference between the two.
Okay, so the lead customer service representative is a supervisor, and who do they supervise? Is it just the one new customer service rep, or are there several?
It will be a group of customer service representatives.
Okay. I love revenue recovery. That's one of my favorite departments, and I hope you continue to beef up that department, because that's generating dollars back to the city and capturing dollars that are very important. If I might continue, Mayor.
Good.
I noted, and this would be on page 23 of your budget and finance specific material, and it starts with the top of the page I'm referring to, Budget and Finance Administration, so you know where we are. I notice overall there's a 23% increase in this department, and that the administration numbers per year, like they go up, they go down, they go up again, they go down, and then they go down again. What's going on here that the numbers are so radically different year over year?
Mayor, members of the council, we did have a risk claim under finance. That was about 200,000. So our internal charges went up because of the claim, and now it's been several years, and now it's dropping off.
Okay, that explains that. I did have more. Hold on a minute while I find the next one. While I'm looking, also I would like to get a count of how many of your personnel are administrative and how many deal directly with the public in your department.
Mayor, members of the council, I think I can answer that now. So
That's terrific.
For budget and finance, because most of our staff are primarily outward facing, so our accounting staff, I would say, would not have a direct contact with the public, so that would be about 10 people. And then the budget staff, we have a total of 2 people right now. Anthony our budget and finance analyst doesn't interact with the public. He does show up to council meetings, but all of our other FTEs, customer service, tax and license, collections, they interact with the public. Procurement will do with the vendors. And then we have accounts payable and payroll, which also will interact with the public a little bit.
Very good. Thank you so much. It looks like, and this is what perhaps you can explain to me, this would be page 31 of your budget and finance details. Looks like customer service is a new division, because in the years previous, there was no money, and now for 2023, you're allocating a little over 101,000 in salaries for that division. So is that a new division?
Mayor, members of the council, that's related to the 2 new FTEs that we requested, general funded FTEs.
All right. And same thing with grants and finance, which is on page 35. There had been no requests until this year for $311,500. Is that also a new division?
Mayor, members of the council, that's related to the ARPA funding.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to the $3 million transfer that we make on a regular basis annually, different amount, but to the Arizona Sports and Tourism Authority, has it been determined yet as to whether that will have an end in sight when whatever the improvements were that's offsetting for occurred, or is that in perpetuity?
Mayor, members of the council, I don't recall the terms of the agreement, so I can get back to you with an answer on that. Mayor, members of the council, I'll turn it over to Mr. Phelps.
Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Turner, so that payment will continue until its obligation is made to the city or until such time that their funding gets sunsetted. And the ASDA funding measure did have a sunset on it. However, there's been discussion about extending that, and in talking with with representatives from ASDA, it would be their intent that if it was extended and the cities that were guaranteed or essentially promised money for the stadiums, that would continue on beyond the initial phase.
Mayor, Mr. Phelps, thank you for that. I was actually asking about the money that the city of Glendale transfers to ASDA and the amount of in this budget, $3 million that offsets the sales tax revenue that occurs on site.
Mayor, members of the council, again, we'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure either if it's the same as if the terms of it are the same as the terms of the agreement whereby they pay us. Well, we'll have to check into that for you.
Thank you very much. But I am glad that we're finally getting some money out of, that overflowing cups situation, and money never got down to our cup. But now it is, and that's a good thing. And certainly if ASDA is renewed, their funding is renewed, our cup should keep filling. Thank you.
Mayor, also, if I could just add maybe a little bit of clarification, that request is higher next year because of the Super Bowl coming. So we anticipate there will be more to refund to them because of the Super Bowl being here. However, I'd also like to remind council that we only refund the general fund portion of that. So that increased revenue associated with the Super Bowl still has an impact on the city in terms of the transportation and public safety sales tax.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Just for the clarification for people who might be watching and not understand exactly what we're talking about, can you clarify that basically the sales tax collected in the footprint of the State Farm Stadium, could you just explain that so people watching understand what we're talking about?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council. We do have an agreement with Arizona Sports and Tourism Authority, and as Council Member Tomalchoff alluded to, it's an agreement to rebate the sales tax, the general fund portion of the sales tax that is generated at the stadium. So for things like Cardinals events and other events that are held at the stadium, including RV shows and all of the types of things that they have there, we refund the general fund portion of the sales tax back to Arizona Sports and Tourism Authority. They use that to fulfill their other obligations. They also have an obligation to us that they've now started paying on for a share of the spring training facility that was paid for by the city.
Mayor, if I could. So was Councilmember Turner asking whether, because as to 2030, I believe, is that when the ASTA expires? Whenever it expires, what he was asking is, does our obligation to remit the general fund, the sales tax, expire with that agreement? Is that what you were trying to understand?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachoff, that is an excellent question.
Okay, thank you.
At this point in the presentations, we actually have a break, so we can take a break now or continue on depending on how council wants to proceed.
You good? When's lunch? At what point was lunch planned?
Lunch is currently scheduled for 12:30.
Okay, well, it's an hour and a half. You guys want to go an hour and a half for lunch, or you want to take a break? Keep going. Keep going, let's do it.
Okay. Our next presentation will be the Transportation Department, and we will turn that over to Mr. Abbas.
Good morning, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Shahid Abbas, Director Transportation. Today, I'm here to present the major highlights of the proposed department operating budget for the financial year 2023. As you know, I am new to the city and standing here for the very first time before you, so I'm hoping you will go easy on me and give me a pass. However, I have my support staff sitting right behind me, ready to jump in should I mess up anything. So here we go. So the Department of the Transportation has 4 distinct divisions, as shown on the slide, and has 106 full-time employees. This includes 6 new requests for the next fiscal year. The mission of the department is to ensure safe and efficient circulation of vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian traffic, to minimize pollutant air emissions, and promote economic development throughout the city. Next slide, please. The total proposed financial year 2023 operating budget for the department is $35.7 million. And out of this, one-time request is for $2.1 million. The division of the budget is as shown on your slide. 29% goes towards the salaries and the benefits, and 59% towards the operations and maintenance services of the division, of the department. Next, please. The first objective of the department is to optimize processes and services to improve community experience and quality of life. We achieve this by spending $13.1 million every year to implement payment management program using in-house design, construction management, and inspection services. This year, we are spending $21.4 million and will rehabilitate 130 miles of the roadway. For the next fiscal year 2023, staff is requesting $23.9 million to rehabilitate remaining 130 miles of the roadway in the city. By the end of the next fiscal year, we would have touched every roadway in the city. Next, please. The second department objective is to improve asset management along with improving community experience and quality of life. And we do so by maximizing grant fund opportunities and by completing the projects on time and on budget, so that we can provide safe and efficient transportation system to all roadway users. The city has 209 traffic signals, and so far we were able to interconnect 93% of the traffic signal with some form of communication system. Our goal is to take it to 95% by the end of the next fiscal year, and eventually interconnect all of the traffic signals with the fiber optics cable. We have also converted 33 of the traffic signals to flashing yellow arrow, and we are planning to do another 15 next fiscal year with a total of 48. We have also installed enhanced detection system at 24 intersections, and we plan to add 5 more intersections to the system by next year. Next, please. The major department accomplishment for the year 2022 are completed comprehensive airport strategic plan, secured $9.6 million in federal and regional grant funding, provided transit service to over 1.2 million passengers, rehabilitated 130 miles of roadway pavement, including 6 miles of reconstruction, and planted 93 trees and rehabilitated 120,000 feet of the irrigation system. and install the adaptive traffic control system on Bell and Olive. Next, please. Following are the supplemented requests for the department. First, from Highway User Revenue Fund, we are requesting $297,000 in right-of-way maintenance and contract, $35,712 for maintaining additional 1 million square foot of right-of-way in New Frontier, $261,294 in projected water increase costs. We are also requesting 2 utility locators, FTEs, with 2 trucks. Currently, this task is performed by traffic signal technicians and ITS technicians, which keep them away from their primary responsibilities. And the other options we have, we contract these services, and if we contract, we estimate a cost of $450,000 every year. Risk post repairment, we are asking $275,000. This is for emergency repairs resulting from unforeseen accidental vehicular hits to our system. Currently, we are absorbing this cost in our operating and maintenance budget. Then the department received 1.64 million grants in response to COVID-19. Next, please. Now, going to the sale tax, we are requesting $2,600 to cover the additional electric usage, $75,400 for Northern Parkway and Loop 303 interchanges right-of-way maintenance. With 5% cost adjustment, it will bring us to the last year and actual spending. We are requesting $50,000 in traffic mitigations, $35,000 to address the increased request for the traffic mitigation like speed cushions, and another $15,000 to offset the increased material costs. We are also requesting $370,000 to replace and upgrade the servers and the operating system of the traffic management center. We are requesting 1 full-time employee as intelligent transportation system analyst to support the day-to-day operation of the traffic management system, will help in design and execution of ITS architecture to make the system responsive to real-time traffic conditions. We are also requesting a GIS technician to assist us in asset management and workflow management. And we are also requesting 1 deputy director. This request is to have 1 of the 2 deputy directors reinstated to eventually return to the 2 deputy models. This will help us in the strategic projects, coordination internally with external agencies, and oversee the strategic goals which council is set for the department. Next, please. Now, continuing with the sale tax, $200,000 is requested for emergency repair and replacement for unforeseen hits and damages to the traffic signal street lights system. This is based on our last 3 years average, what we have spent on these kinds of repairs. We are also requesting $150K to replenish the decomposed granite, replace dead vegetation, and restore irrigation system, and $40K to install the LED street name signs at 2 locations. We are already installing 5 locations, these LED street name signs. Then under the airport operations, we are requesting funds for staff training and certification, repair and replacement of airport lights, and 1 utility truck for patrolling and transfer of the equipment on the airport premises. And we are requesting $10K for unforeseen incident hits like vandalism, weather, and vehicular hits. And moving on to the ITS project, we are requesting $155,000 to continue the rollout and implementation of the Lucity to centralize all the city assets to 1 platform. The software will allow for the consolidation and management of customer information in a single database, and it will help us simplify the billing, lease, and contract management information, tracking fees, and fee escalation. This software is requested for the airport sports system. That's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I will try my best to answer those, please.
You know, I was just thinking of your statement when you first stood up there, you're brand new at this. For a brand new guy, you're asking for a lot of money. Councilmember Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 59, under your goals, objectives, and performance measures, in 2022, we spent $42.8 million for 130 miles. Your target for 2023 is to increase that amount to spend $47.8 million, but we're doing 17 less miles. Now, I know part of it is inflation and the costs of, and salaries have increased as well, but that seems to be a major discrepancy to go from 130 miles a year to 113, but yet we're paying $5 million more.
Mayor and council member, this is because the type of the rehabilitation we have to do, it depends upon what type of a treatment we have to do on the pavement. Some streets require a lighter treatment and some streets require higher treatment. So we have a PMP program where all these streets were prioritized and a fair staff estimate was formed by the staff. So it just depends what type of the treatments are needed at a particular roadway.
Okay, if I might continue, Mayor.
Sure.
Page 60 of your slides, you have performance measures, and in some of them, for example, signalized intersections, and you say there are 209 total signalized intersections. Good. Flashing yellow arrow installation program, number of intersections updated is 48. Is that 48 out of the 209?
Mayor and council member, 48 will be out of 200. So far, we have updated 33. We will do another 15 next year.
Okay. And then you have complete 2 school zone construction projects each year, total of 13. Are there 13 school zones? That's not clear because it looks like we did 10, 18, 28 if you include the target for 2023. So how many school zone construction projects are there total?
I will ask Mayor and Councilman, eventually every school should have a school zone posted on their approach, but I do not know exactly how many school zones are there, so I request probably if you have.
Mayor and Council, I believe the school zones that we have in total is 13, and we are doing 2 a year. So
How many do we have total in the city?
we have 13 along arterial streets.
13?
That's good. This is only along arterial roadways. So the school zone where you have the flashing beacon
Yeah.
and the speed display sign, that's
I know what it is. If we have 13, how come we've done 28, or we're planning on not doing a total of 28?
That number 10 is a cumulative number, so we are adding 2 a year.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm glad I asked.
Thank you, bro.
Complete conversion of illuminated street name signs at 2 intersections per year. We have 209 intersections. So what, again, I'm assuming that that's a cumulative total, and we've done 21 out of 209?
Mayor and Council, arterial intersections, the major roadways, they have illuminated street name signs. We have old standard. Those are the incandescent lights. This is the new standard lights that we are replacing them slowly. And so far we've been doing 5 a year. We've asked for a supplemental to do 2 more a year. So we have existing ones. We are replacing them with the new standard.
Okay. And then install enhanced detection at 5 signalized intersection per year for a total of 204. At this rate, we'll all be gone when they're done. But is this it? 5 a year?
7.
It says 5.
2 additional, he said.
Oh, 2 additional? 7 per year?
Yeah, Mayor and council member, so this we do about 5 to 7 every year, but moving forward, our new standards, once we'll do that, we will have enhanced detection inbuilt into the design standard. This is an expensive equipment. Sometimes installing them standalone is a problem. We may have to upgrade other software and hardware at the intersection. So we assess where it is feasible, we install them. Right now, so we can, once we upgrade the intersection, we will just, use the equipment to the next.
The reason I'm asking all this is we have a lot of traffic accidents at intersections. I would think that enhancing them would be a priority to try to cut down on the number of traffic accidents that we have at intersections. Is that part of the philosophy of this department or no?
Mayor and council member, it does two parts. You're absolutely right. It does help us improve the pedestrian, vehicular, and bike safety also. And it more so it helps us reduce the congestion, the travel time along our corridors, because those vehicles are detected automatically and the green timing is given to the approach depending upon what is the demand there.
Okay. Let me move on to your budget, your actual budget information. And this would be page 225. And the first line says, general government transport. And this is the first time I've seen this in the budget. What does that mean exactly, general government transport? Maybe you should just stay up,
Yes, I'll stay here, Mayor and Council. Mayor and Council, the general government transport, that's basically all the general fund operations around the stadium, arena, Camelback Ranch.
So it's operations of the department, okay. Now, also on that page, the last 2 lines, post-incident repairs. Are you referring to the signs and things that get knocked down by automobiles? Is that what that, because it's new. Each line, 2938 and 2939 is requesting 275,000, which is, or 275 and 200, which is 400, almost $500,000. Well,
Mayor and council member, yeah, this is what we do, accidental hits, unforeseen hits on our system. And in the past, we have not budgeted this thing. We have been observing in our maintenance and operating budget, which affects our other operations.
So this is a new item?
Yeah.
And it's,
Mayor, members of the council, I also want to clarify that that's also reimbursed through insurance.
okay. Oh, okay.
If they have insurance.
If I could continue, Mayor?
Sure.
Okay, on page 227, again, this is under operations, general government transport. It looks like, how many employees do you have in this department? That would probably answer my question.
Mayor and council member, we have 106 employees. This requests 6 new hours. So at present, we have
Okay.
about 100 employees.
On page 229, under internal premiums. Now, I know internal premiums are made up of increases in risk management, workman's comp, and so on. But there is a radical decrease of 39%, went from 760 and you're reducing it by 486. That's on page 229. So could you explain what's going on there? Why that, when every other department seems to be seeing a major increase in internal premiums, or internal premiums under right-of-way, it's
Mayor, members of the council, we'll address that question. I think Ms. Camacho is in a better
Okay.
position to answer that.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, it's related to claims again, similar to the one in Budget and
Okay.
Finance.
All right, so it's claims-driven. All right. Let me just check out the rest of my pages. I think that was it. No, here's one. Okay, on page, I think it would be 242, go CIP operations. It looks like the only thing I can figure is maybe you lost an FTE or you moved an FTE out of there because the salary change is 31%. Is that the case?
Mayor and council.
Oh, there's an increase of 31%. So did you add an employee, an FTE undergo CIP operations?
If I can. Mayor and council, we had last year when we brought the budget forward, it was a supplemental request. We did not know how much that FTE would cost. It was an estimate that was put in the budget. This one is actually, now we've hired someone, so it's the actual cost of the employee.
Okay, so you estimated and your estimation was wrong and now you've got the correct figure. All right, thank you, Mayor. I think that's all.
Councilman Tamacha.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Excuse me. Can you help me understand the right-of-way? You're asking for a supplemental of $150,000 for right-of-way landscape refresh program, but on your, basically your master sheet, you're showing a reduction in the baseline budget for right-of-way. On line, the third line on page 225.
Mayor, members of the council, again, we may be able to shed some light on that. I believe there was one-time funding that was put in the budget last year for right-of-way. And so when Budget and Finance starts with the baseline budgets again this year, we take all of those one-time fundings that were from the prior year and take them out. So you start back at your base. And so the one-time money was taken out, and now I believe they're requesting ongoing funding.
Okay, Mayor, if I could then, so basically the request for right-of-way is 4.9 million essentially for fiscal year 2023, and that's going to include maintenance and improvements, all of it?
Yes, all of mayor and council members include all the rehabilitations,
Okay.
refreshing everything in the landscape.
So in addition, Mayor, if I could continue, in addition to the 150,000, what is the budget for improvements in the appearance of our right-of-way? I was trying to find the breakdown somewhere, but I couldn't find it.
Mayor and council, if I can clarify the question.
Do me a favor and pull the microphone down just a little, there you go.
The question was, how much is our budget for?
For, not maintenance, but improvements. Actually, are we going to, I know we've had kind of at least initiative of the council of improving the appearance of our right-of-ways. So in addition to the 150,000 that you're asking for, what's the total budget for improvements of the right-of-way, not maintenance?
Mayor and council, currently the budget has 400,000 for that activity, and the additional 150,000 would bring it to 550,000 a year.
Okay. What did we have? We added $1 million to it, Mayor, if I could. Is that what we did?
So Mayor and council, there was a one-time supplemental that was for $1.5 million.
Okay.
And not all of it was spent in the first fiscal year, so $1 million approximately of that was carried forward. And then that's been spent, and we are completing the downtown, right-of-way enhancement project in the downtown area, and the 450,000 is for the citywide restoration of landscape going forward.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor. I do have another question, if I could. I don't know, maybe it's because I don't know what they're called, but I don't see anything in here, and it's been an ongoing issue, is basically the hijacking of our reader board signs. And putting messages that we don't really want the public to be getting on our signs. It's happened a couple of times in my district, those where you put a electronic message, it's that thing you park, a little trailer thing, and somehow people are able to, it might be an IT thing, I don't know, but somehow people are able to access it and put inappropriate messages on those. Do we have anything in the budget to maybe address that issue?
Mayor and council member, I think those signs are hijacked because they have a small controller sitting next to the box and somebody can intercept. But as we develop our system and we do the fiber interconnect and we upgrade our TMCs, and everything will be controlled at centralized locations. So then we don't need to have anything next to the sign for a box. So that's a long-term project, but that's the way we want to proceed forward as we develop our new facilities. So we are going to upgrade our traffic management center, so everything will be under.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I said, sorry. So, Mayor and council member, so in this case, what is happening, all those signs, they have a small controller which sits at the side. Somebody can open and, can change the sign very easily if they have a key or they have a code. But our long-term project is we have to upgrade our traffic management center, and when we have all our fiber optics connectivity, we will hook up all these features which are sitting in the field and bring them back to a centralized location, so they are controlled from the TMC, not in the field.
Okay, Mayor, if I could continue. So is there any funding in the budget to start moving in that direction for this year? Or is that part of something else?
Mayor and council member, that will be a bigger project, so it can't be done with the small funding what we are looking here. That will be itself a capital improvement project, and it's only feasible for us to do it once we move our TMC to a proper location and we have a fiber optics connectivity.
So Mayor, will that be part of the new Fields Op campus, or I guess I'm not really understanding?
Yeah, Mayor, council members, I think one of the issues that you're talking about were the portable signs that contractors use. We had a few of them. This started, just rose, I think, about a year ago. And since then, we paid a lot more attention to securing the apparatus so people can't get in it. And we've done our best to communicate that with contractors also. This didn't happen a few years ago, so I think everybody was just a little lax. I think it's maybe happened once in the last few months. But I don't think we're ever going to get rid of the portable signs if we're doing construction projects and things of that nature. We'll just have to stay on our toes to make sure that they're secure, and we advise contractors. I think another one was right at the border, and it was a City of Phoenix dynamic message board. So
okay,
it's just something we have to stay on top of.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And if I can add clarification, I think what Jack was talking about are the portable message signs, Mayor and Council. What Shahid was talking about are the fixed ones, the dynamic message signs. So both different subjects.
Councilmember Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. One final question. In bringing up right-of-way, could you provide us with those right-of-ways that have already been improved? I don't need it right now, but a list, and the cost per improvement, and what you're planning on doing this year, and the estimated cost for those individually. Thank you.
Mayor.
And one last, I also would like to know the number of administrative personnel versus those who have direct contact with the public.
Mayor, I would like to have that
within
list
your
also.
division.
I'd like to have that list also. I could, thank
Pardon?
you. I'd like to get a copy of that as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Turner, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. So as we've been discussing, the council put $1.5 million towards right-of-way improvement, landscaping improvement, and that sort of thing. And my understanding is we've spent roughly $1 million of it so far. We're going to, there's some carryover, 400 and something, and we're going to add some more to it. But if I'm tracking this correctly, and I'm seeing some furrowed brows that says maybe I'm not, but where I'm headed with this is we have been doing some right-of-way improvement. And now that we have a sense of what that cost is on our arterial streets, I'm very much interested in the council adopting a 5-year or 6-year plan to get all of our arterial landscaping up to par. And I don't know that we'll get that into this year's budget, but I would certainly like to see us headed down that direction for next year's budget to really adopt a plan, just like we did for our pavement management program. And the public feedback for what we've been able to do with our streets has been tremendous, very much appreciated, and I think that our public deserves it and would appreciate it just as much for the landscaping and our rights-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you so much. You guys have done extremely well. I've answered every single question that's been given to you. And Councilmember Turner's comment on adopting a policy going forward for other right-of-ways, in speaking to staff, that's the direction you guys are already going. Just for the residents that are listening to the right-of-way improvements, there's been a significant amount in the Ocotillo district. That's where we started, staff. That landscape improvement includes not just gravel, but irrigation, shrubs, trees, and some areas get hardscape like, what do you call those, the pavers. So can you talk about just a little bit of the improvements you guys have made in the district, in the Ocotillo district? And some of them are improvements, some of them are new construction, because they've been that way for many years.
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Aldama is right, or Vice Mayor Aldama is right.
Please pull the mic down. Thank you.
What we call the detached sidewalk landscape project in general downtown area is we had the area between sidewalk and the curb that did not have any landscape for the most part in the downtown area. So the project that council funded 3 fiscal years ago was to spend $1.5 million, one-time monies, to clean up that right-of-way, install shrubs and trees, provide for irrigation and decomposed granite, basically beautify the right-of-way. And that project is approaching completion. So the initial $1.55 million got an additional $500,000. So in all, $2 million is being spent on that. And apart from that $2 million number, we have in the operating budget an ongoing $400,000 that's going to be for right-of-way restoration enhancement citywide. And we are requesting another $150,000 a year to add on top of that. What's not described there is arterial reconstructions. When we are doing arterial reconstructions, we are also, as part of that project, going and restoring, doing all the right-of-way improvements there. So that number does not capture all of the right-of-way enhancements that we are doing. So every time we do an arterial reconstruction, we plan to do right-of-way restoration in that area. So you'll see that as our arterial reconstruction program goes through.
Thank you. Mayor, if I may, this is just one item that this council as a whole has invested into our communities, the aesthetics of our neighborhoods, and people are taking pride in it. It looks really good, and I encourage us to continue. Thank you.
What do you got left?
I believe we are taking questions.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. I guess you're done.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, so, Mr. City Manager, we have economic development left, and if we could get human resources before lunch, those two. I don't know if you want to let your other folks go ahead and take off for lunch if they're not going to be in those next two. That's up to you.
That's fine. And they'll be ready for you at lunch.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We as a team are thankful for the opportunity to be here today. Our team works collectively to promote citywide arts, culture, and economic development activities that improve the livability of our community. By facilitating the creation of high-quality jobs, serving as a critical resource for prospective businesses and current partners, while consistently exploring new industry opportunities, we seek to ensure a diverse and adaptable community economically and culturally. Our charge is to make Glendale a thriving place to entertain residents, host visitors, and support our growing business community. We are very grateful for the leadership shown that continues to stimulate significant investment, capital infusion, and jobs by the thousands in Glendale. As a team, we work together to use the funds provided to drive our department goals. The operating budget is devoted to our efforts related to providing business assistance, maintaining key memberships with local, regional, and international agencies that we work with in tandem on business attraction opportunities, while providing arts and cultural programming throughout their entire city, while also supporting the professional development of our high-performing team. Speaking of, Ms. Jess Peterson will take us through the next few slides.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. The next 4 slides cover our strategic objectives and performance measures. As a team, we facilitate job creation opportunities that benefit all aspects of our city and are a reflection of the contributions made by each and every city department, whom without their expertise and internal customer service, we would not be able to offer the speed to market advantage that has served our community exceedingly well. As was recently shared with the presentation and release of the Glendale Growth Scorecard Report, despite the difficult months felt by our business community during the pandemic, the city continues to experience unprecedented growth in both commercial development and job creation. The city's Economic Development Department strategies have focused on increasing our tax base while targeting the generation of high-quality employment opportunities. To mitigate any significant risks that could adversely affect the city during an economic downturn, the city intentionally diversified its industries, creating a broad and stable range of revenue sources. And this development boom shows no sign of slowing, chiefly in the Loop 101 and 303 areas where more speculative building inventory is coming online to welcome new enterprise to our city in the coming fiscal years. Our larger industrial buildings along the 303 continue to fill with new corporate partners, resulting in thousands of new job opportunities coming to our community. We've also increased our direct assistance figures over this last year, offering focused business assistance to existing companies in need, growing businesses, linking these businesses to existing resources, and supporting events and opportunities that provide a valuable lifeline. We've increased expectations for our expanding social media and communications program for every figure on the slide due to the tenure of the effort and the significant amount of business activity taking place citywide. As a note, the large increase seen in the FY 2021 actuals on this slide is a result of the considerable media coverage and social media engagement that was received specifically with the major announcement of the Destination Resort project in the Sports and Entertainment District. Likewise, our targeted outreach efforts and business assistance events continue to recover and accelerate. Every member of our team directly engages with the public, and we as a team continue to meet new prospects and build meaningful relationships that translates to more capital investment in our community. This year, we started to experience a gradual recovery for the arts industry, in particular participation in public art programming. With the return of in-person events, attendance increased, and we were able to offer a variety of impactful experiences to the community, including monthly poetry slams in downtown Glendale, a variety of concerts and theatrical performances, as well as the incredibly popular ballet Under the Stars. We believe that integration of arts and culture into our community is a vital enhancement to our economic development efforts. So we are committed to continuing to increase the amount of art projects and programming moving forward, and we anticipate more residents, visitors, and partners will participate and benefit from an increase in public arts and culture opportunities. Additionally, with the recent successful hiring of an arts coordinator, which brings the staff for this division to 2 full-time employees, we will be officially kicking off the Arts Master Plan process. This will further support the expanded role that arts and culture will continue to play in our collective economic development efforts. The next 3 slides provide just a snapshot of our team's major accomplishments this year. We have the opportunity to impact people's lives in a significant manner through meaningful business attraction, including new additions to our always growing healthcare industry. Banner Sparrow opened its doors this year, and we saw Phoenix Children's Hospital break ground on a $135 million pediatric hospital facility adjacent to Abrazo Arrowhead Health. Through the Arts Division, we were able to offer grant funding to 15 arts organizations to support performing arts programming citywide. Our team continued our efforts to assist those businesses still recovering from the pandemic by working with our local regional partners specifically focused on workforce development strategies, while also directing our efforts to creating future opportunities to support our small business community by leveraging the upcoming Super Bowl that Glendale will host next year. And while it's not listed on this slide, I'd be remiss not to mention the growing number of small businesses that have opened and grown during the pandemic, specifically in downtown in the last year, including Don Juan's Mexican Grill, Black Sheep Coffee, Jack's House Boutique, the new Homage Coffee Shop, the new General Store that just opened a couple days ago, and the soon-to-open Saguaro Grill, just to name a few. Momentum has continued with thousands of acres and millions of square feet of new industrial commercial development in the new frontier along Loop 303, including major capital investments that have resulted in significant construction sales tax collections and prime opportunities to welcome additional new end users, including most recently Nestle USA, Williams Sonoma, Walmart, and Amazon, with more to come soon. After a long hiatus, we once again played host to Ballet Arizona's Ballet Under the Stars at Saguaro Ranch Park. With the support of the Glendale Arts Commission, this incredibly popular event saw nearly 1,200 attendees come out to enjoy the evening of dance performance. And our collective work as part of the citywide development team continued as we assisted more growth in the sports and entertainment district, including significant luxury apartment developments, new entertainment concepts such as Pop Stroke, and the recently announced Chicken and Pickle, as well as the addition of new hotels that will soon join the ever-increasing hospitality options in this district. This next slide details our supplemental request this year, which is an FTE to serve as the city's downtown manager. In April of 2021, the Glendale City Council held a downtown strategy retreat to discuss and unanimously progress forward with a pivot strategy to cultivate revitalization, redevelopment, and reactivation of downtown Glendale. The intent and primary metrics of success for this downtown strategy are to increase consistent density of visitors, patrons, and residents, increase daytime and nighttime economic activity, foster a viable business community, increase private capital investment, and reduce vacancy rates in downtown. The pivot strategy plan was based on the execution of several key initiatives: building frequent repeat visits to downtown Glendale through experiential activity, demonstrating city investment to the open market and leveraging a redeveloped city center to create placemaking and a downtown identity, marketing and promoting the district to increase economic activity, and utilizing the redeveloped amphitheater and campus as a versatile and highly used performance venue space to attract a consistent, diverse customer base through year-round events and programming. To successfully execute the downtown pivot strategy, a downtown manager with an understanding and knowledge of the key initiatives, as well as a diverse skill set to develop, lead, and oversee the intersecting complexities of this strategy will be needed. With the commitment to the downtown campus reinvestment project as a major component to this pivot strategy, we believe the addition of a downtown manager integrated into the economic development team is vital as we enter this next phase of downtown revitalization. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to share. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I don't know if anybody else noticed, but I certainly did. All the bow ties being worn by you all in economic development, that demonstrates the sophistication in your strategic planning and improving Glendale and all the economic development you guys have brought. It is absolutely incredible, and I'm glad you guys wore those. I certainly couldn't wear one, but you guys are rock stars in the work you guys are doing in downtown Glendale. And Jesse, thank you so much for mentioning all the new businesses that are coming to downtown Glendale. That is awesome. We're getting there. We're almost there. But you guys have done an extremely great job on putting Glendale on the map, and it's because of you. A lot of people tell me, you guys must have a staff of 30. No, we don't have a staff of 30.
They're all there.
It seems like, yeah, exactly. This is it right here. But I love the bow ties, sophistication at its best. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Jesse and Brian, your department is small but mighty as far as I'm concerned, and you're one of the happy stories because you're a department that generates revenue for the city, as does the collections department in budget and finance, and I love departments that do that. Now, you have a total staff of 11, and Jesse, you told me 2 were dedicated to arts and the other 9, but I don't know who the other 9, I mean, I know you and Randy and Brian, But who else is in your department?
They're almost all here. Some are all out there doing exactly what economic development does and are busy.
Yeah, if economic folks just stand up real quick.
If the team could stand right now.
There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's everybody, isn't it?
With one exception. Lori German isn't with us here in the audience
All right.
today.
Thank you all. As I said, you are a department that's small but mighty. And I really don't have any questions for you except to say kudos. And I do have two questions. How many administrative, how many make direct contact with the public? And secondly, do you have a person on staff that's dedicated to trying to replace vacant storefronts and infill projects where we still could use more commercial activity?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, thank you for the question. So our small but mighty team, everyone does interact and engage with the public directly. So there's no member of our team that does not. That's really vital to how we operate. And that's not just with our external partners, but that's even just general questions to the public at any given point. Relative to a dedicated person, so the way we've found to be most successful in our operations is really having every one of us be at least cross-trained to do that. But we do have folks on the team, specifically Samuel Pena in his business support services position has been working directly with that. That's specifically on that workforce side as well. When they have workforce, they can have a business, and we've really recognized that our biggest issue right now has been keeping workforce or helping individuals develop their workforce for their businesses. And then David Cornelius, who's also there in the audience, is our small business specialist, and so he's directly related with that site selection to help with the vacancies. We also know specific to downtown, that downtown manager will be very, very integral to that. But you've seen the vacancy report that comes to you guys generally quarterly. That's the balance of this team works together, and that's where Samuel Pena provides that to you all.
Thank you. Very, very good answer. And as I said, I appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Jesse, what is included under professional services on your line item, $295,742 budget request, but what type of services are under the professional services?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Tomachev, that's a great question. So professional services actually generally encompasses our professional and contractual. So that includes like the Greater Phoenix Economic Council contract comes out of there. We have membership contracts in our department that come out of there. So the Arizona Israel Technology Council comes out of that budget line. We also have our marketing strategy, applied economics. So when you see those, the economic analysis that comes, whether it's for an annexation or any development agreement that we're doing, those come out of that budget line as well. And then we have additional travel money in there for our business attraction strategy.
Mayor, if I could, does the chamber membership, because normally I thought that was always under economic development, so is that included under professional services?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That's also included with the Canada-Arizona Business Council. I'm seeing it right here on top of the paper now, yes.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Jesse, you mentioned the Arts Master Plan process. Could you touch on that for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So that process hasn't been done formally in the city for quite some time now. It's been a very, very long time. Early 2000s is my understanding. And so we will be through the, if you recall from the CIP presentations, that was where the ask from Arts was money for CIP specifically for going through that process. And so it'll be like any other master plan process that you've seen other departments take on, where there's public engagement, there's a consultant that's on board to lead that effort. And really the goal of that Arts Master Plan is to be able to get, not only from the community, but from the industry itself, some real guidance on an entire citywide plan that'll really help us when it comes to developing the expenditures out of the Arts Fund to use it appropriately.
Thank you. And Mayor, I too want to compliment our economic development staff for the work that you do and places where you show innovation, and also say that you're not alone. There's 7 of us up here that in everything we do and every promotion and every good thing we say about our community helps further our economic development as well. So in the spirit of that, I got my bow tie too.
All right. I think you're done. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next presentation is the Human Resources Department, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Brown.
Well, thank you. And the city manager reminded me that I stand between you and lunch, so I need to get to the point. So I'll be working towards that as we go through this presentation. Well, I'd first like to start by thanking my staff in HR and risk management. It's been a difficult year. It's been a challenging year for all of us, but the services that they've provided day in and day out have been exemplary, and I'm grateful to have the staff that I have. So again, thankful to them. If we'll take a look at the first slide, currently in HR we have HR and risk. We have 5 divisions. We have 23 current FTEs. We're asking for 2 additional, and I'll get into that in the supplementals, with a budget request of $59,000. That'd be nice. $59,691,793. The bulk of our budget resides with our risk management, our workers' compensation, and our benefits fund. As you know, we're self-insured, and that's where the bulk of the dollars are in terms of our budget. This next slide reflects our goals in the area of developing the workforce culture. Culture is very important in terms of retaining employees and having a workplace where our employees feel valued. And we've done some things in this area. COVID has certainly inhibited some of the things that we would have liked to have done, but certainly we've been able to hold through the Inclusion Network, through our Glendale Hispanic Network, we've been able to hold several different engagements with our employees to celebrate their diversity, their differences, and certainly you can see up here the activities that have gone on with that. Also, one of the key goals that we have is to ensure that our organization reflects the community in which that we serve. So we certainly are always striving to that. One thing that we're adding in the area of diversity and inclusion, and you'll hear about this a little bit later from Kayla Stanfield, but we're adding to the repertoire, if you will, the NFBPA, the National Forum for Black Public Administrators. We had that at one time, but through budget cuts and other things that have occurred, that had gone away, but we are bringing that back, and we're excited to do that and providing the opportunities and development that come along with that program. This next slide will reflect, as we said, we want to reflect the community that we serve. You can see the numbers in terms of the actual hires that we've made in previous fiscal years versus this past fiscal year, and you can also see in this slide the community versus the employee ratios with regard to the demographics. As I mentioned earlier, as I began this presentation, our medical benefits plan is self-insured. One of our goals is to ensure that we're at or below the medical trend in terms of costs. As we look at the upcoming fiscal year, the medical trend is around 7.1%, so it's higher than it's been in the past. And it's our goal to meet that or come in below it. We are budgeting a little bit above that. We're budgeting at 7.4%, and I'll talk a little bit about that when we get into the supplementals and why that is. It's interesting, last year we actually saw a little bit of a decrease in our claims. And that was, we attribute that to fewer people who, non-COVID, going in for elective surgeries, going in to get that knee fixed or that shoulder fixed, putting that off until things opened up, and we knew we would get a little bit of a burst in those areas for this fiscal year, and we have. But again, we're running fairly flush with trend, which is really what we want to be doing. We can contribute some of that to our wellness program, and many of you are familiar with what we've been able to do there. We've got a great program manager in Allie Welke Brooks, who's brought forward, she came to us from American Express and has been very instrumental in bringing forward a lot of new programs, a lot of involvement, a lot of engagement, a lot of friendly competition in the area of wellness. And again, we want that wellness to be a part of our culture, helps our employees feel valued, but it also helps them physically and mentally in terms of just their day-to-day lives and the services that they can provide us. So the next slide, okay. In this area, we talk about having a strong workforce culture. Part of that is making sure employees feel valued in terms of competitive pay. Competitive pay is critical to maintain our employees, to keep turnover down. And while it's not the number one reason, it's not the only reason, let me put it that way, that employees stay with an organization. It's certainly one of the top reasons. As you can see here, we are experiencing higher turnover than we've seen in the last few years. What that's attributable to, it's really an anomaly. And since I've been in HR, I really haven't seen this, but it's being titled the Great Resignation, and it began around 2020 with the inception of COVID. And it's attributable to some folks leaving the workplace, just not coming back. We've had a lot of retirees that have gone on as well. So there is a large number of retirees in the next few years that we're going to be seeing going away. And the workforce that's behind that group is smaller. So we see a lot of jobs being vacated, and we don't see a lot of high quality folks coming in to fill those positions. So it's a challenge that we are going to be facing as a city of Glendale. There's a lot of strategies that we're working on toward to make sure that we can get quality employees, because again, we are a service organization. We don't make widgets, we provide service. And it's critical that we have quality staff, highly skilled staff, in order to provide the excellent service that our public and our communities used to. So we're working through that. We've worked with directors on things such as hiring incentives. As you heard Ms. Rios talk about market adjustments and COLA adjustments in salary. So we're doing that, and we're working toward bringing that 15.6% estimate of turnover down to about 8%. And we'd like to see that for the next fiscal year, and we'll be continuing to work on strategies to get there. And this next slide is regarding our risk management and workers' compensation program. We have several things that are in place here. We do want to try to reduce costs of legal fees by being able to manage our claims in-house. We're able to do a pretty good job with keeping the number of outside litigation in keeping that in-house, as you can see with the numbers there. Also, we want to keep our total cost of risk below 3% of our organizational operational costs. And we've been able to do that under the leadership of Diane Shoemaker, our risk manager, and her staff. They've done an excellent job in this area. Okay, so we'll talk about accomplishments. Like I said, it's been a difficult year, but I'm proud of the work the staff has been able to get done. We've done a great job in terms of making sure we are getting workers' compensation claims reviewed, getting those through Corvell or TPA and getting those approved. We've had a significant number of COVID claims, as you might expect, and again, those have been processed well with our staff. We're at about a 94% approval rate, which is a little bit higher than what our city and county employees have. We've implemented the smoking cessation program and provided discounts to our non-smokers, as well as other COVID-19 discounts and other types of discounts for wellness with regard to our benefits premium. That's incentivizing our employees along the wellness path. We haven't had any EEOC findings. That's great. Those are costly, and those mean that there's issues within the culture of the organization. So we haven't had that, and we're proud of that. We continue to work through our balanced scorecard. We've just recently completed our Tier 2, and we're excited about that and implementing that for the new fiscal year. And again, this last one, or this next one, I really have have to say thank you to the council. Last year, we talked about this. You were excited about it. You funded this. This was the incentive program for our employees, and what we did was we put together this employee incentive program last year, where folks could be nominated, employees could be nominated for excellence in service and for innovation. We had over 330 nominations. That's huge. It's a very large number, 330 nominations that went through 2 different review groups. And from that 330, we had 45 who got a $1,500 bonus, if you will, for their performance in the areas of excellence in service and innovation. And we had 39 semifinalists. So we were able to reward those employees for their excellent work for the city of Glendale. And we're excited to get that program launched again this fall. We've got a committee put together to look at how we can do things a little differently, how we can improve that process, and we're excited to launch that probably in late August, early September, and we'll roll that again. That'll come to fruition probably December of next fiscal year. As far as the supplemental requests, I do have a few from the general fund. One of the areas that we need to shore up in HR is when we have projects that we're working on, when we're implementing things such as revisions to our NeoGov performance review process, which we're doing now, when we have employee open enrollment, other things, we take employees off of what they're doing and we put them on these projects, and we need to be able to backfill so that our services don't diminish. And having some funding for temporary personnel will help us to do that. We've got a couple of new things that we're going to be working on in terms of streamlining our employee relations process. We're going to be putting together something through a system, NeoGov, called Learn, which is going to provide over 1,500 different development opportunities for our employees that we can roll out to them and push it online. So this would help us to backfill and to get some of those things accomplished. We're also asking for an FTE in benefits, a benefits analyst. Currently, on the benefits side, we've got a technician who mans the phones, who takes care of walk-ins and new hires, getting them enrolled. And again, keep in mind, we have over 3,000 lives on our plan. So that person is fielding phone calls, again, dealing with the day-to-day walk-ins and the questions and the things that come out with the outward-facing piece. We also have an analyst who manages all of the leaves within the city, which is FMLA leaves, disability leaves. There's significant amounts of those that have to be managed. They're regulated, so we have to be audit-proof in all of those. And then we have our benefits administrator who oversees that. Plus, she is overseeing certainly our medical contracts, our dental, our vision, deferred compensation, all of the other contracts that we manage in that area. There's numerous contracts, and she manages those vendors as well as the contracts. So the ask here is really to get some assistance with those, particularly with those contract management and vendor management tasks, the RFPs that we do, all of the things that we have to do associated with those contracts are so important. And then also to pick up the overflow when we have somebody out in terms of not being able to manage the calls or the leaves. So, and the other FTE is for human resources analyst. Recently, my assistant director, Debbie Burson, and I took the month of March and we went out from department to department to see how are we doing, how are our services impacting you, either positively or maybe not so positively. And the number one thing that we got out of that is really recruitments. You saw the turnover rate of 15.9%. We've got vacancies. They've got to be filled. If they're not filled on a timely basis, that impacts our service to the public. And it can be costly, and it can create workload on other employees that's not sustainable. So it's important that we fill those, and this position would help us come in and get the overflow to get those positions filled in a timely manner. And again, we'd like to see no more than 3 months go by to where we can't post, recruit, and fill that position. We've had positions, unfortunately, I hate to say, that have gone 6 months and longer, partly because we've had staff out on, with COVID. We had, unfortunately, we had the death of an employee that we've had to pick up some of those services with our existing staffing, and we're still working to fill that position, which has been difficult. But it's hard to find quickly and process and get onboarded really good employees. So we really need some assistance and resources behind that, and that's what this position can help us to do. If that's in the general fund, so if we skip down to risk management, self-insurance, this is a big number. You see, we're asking for an increase of $4.9 million. What does that consist of, and why is that so high? As you saw, it's almost a 75% increase in our risk management budget. And there's a few reasons behind that. Some of those reasons include the existing litigation that's going on in the area of public safety. That's a real risk to the organization. We've been dealing with that with our own litigation there. And it's not just the existing litigation, but it's the promise of future litigation too that we have to be prepared for. So it's litigation, it's the cost of property rising, and so therefore the insurance on properties are also increasing. A big one is also cybersecurity insurance. That cost has gone up significantly, and to get the amount of insurance that we as an organization need, we have to go to several different providers. We can't just have one provider. We have 2 or even 3 providers to get us to the tier of coverage that we need to have, and particularly cybersecurity insurance is significantly increased, as you can imagine. So there are significant increases to insure this organization with pending litigation that could be not only pending but upcoming. So all of these things translate to an increase in the area of risk for the city of Glendale. And then the other area of a significant increase is our workers' compensation self-insurance. And that's attributable to numerous things. There's been legislation out there that has impacted us in terms of cost with regard to PTSD and with regard to presumptive cancer. So we are increasing to cover those costs. There's one example I'll give you. As you recall, last year, the council was aware of this and designated an additional, over and above what we asked, which we appreciated, an additional $815,000 specifically to be earmarked for cancer cases. So that's been spent, and actually our year-to-date claims for presumptive cancer are over 2 million currently. So you can see the funding, where that's coming from, and why it's so important that we have the appropriate funding to be able to provide for our employees who are, impacted by these types of things. And we have been working, we're thankful for Ryan Lee. We've been working closely with him and legislation in terms of finding funding for those types of things. We'll continue to do that, but in the meantime, we need to make sure that we're equipped and prepared for what might come in this next fiscal year. And so that's why we're asking for that amount that you see. So those, I think there is one more slide on supplementals. And I've already talked about this. Our benefits, it's not really a trust fund, but it is our benefits fund. And we talked about the 7.4% increase. That's really matching the trend for next year. We look at our benefits claims over the course of this year to date. And one of the things driving that, as you might expect, is COVID. We've spent, I think, year to date about $1.9 million in COVID in our benefits claims for this fiscal and part of last fiscal. So that's driving some of the cost. The other part that's driving that certainly is just the increasing cost of medical care, which we can expect to increase year after year, and which it has. So those are the things that we are requesting and I'd like the council to consider. And with that, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mayor. You're getting present in your old age. I want to refer to slide 85, which talks about turnover. And I think it's an admirable goal to try to get it down to 8%. And I know, for example, well, let me ask my first question. You said you had several strategies to try to combat turnover. Can you talk about just one of them?
One of the things that we're doing is we're working with directors to identify difficult, highly skilled positions that are very difficult to fill. And in those positions, we are offering basically, if you will, a sign-on bonus. Part of that bonus would be available upon signing with the city and coming on board, and then a portion of it would be provided later after they've been with the city for a year. And that's to try to retain that individual and not have them bouncing to other places. So that's one strategy.
That's fantastic, because I was going to ask if you did sign-in bonuses for other departments other than police.
Yes.
So I think that's terrific. Is it showing any promise of success?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, it's a little early to tell. We are still working through the process of identifying those positions with directors, but I suspect that we'll see somewhat of an impact with that. I just can't tell how much.
Well, it would seem to me that there are highly technical positions that are not hard to identify. It shouldn't take that long to come up with a list. So I hope you can speed that along and get it going as soon as possible. I have no problem with any of your supplementals. I do have one final question, and that's with reference to slide 86, where you talk about the utilization of in-house counsel. So it seemed to me that in 2020 and 2021, if 50%, about how many cases did you have in 2020 and 2021? If it was about 38%, that would be maybe 120 cases?
I'm going to ask our risk manager who's here to give us that, because I don't have that number off the top of my head. She'll have it, I'm sure.
Good morning, Mayor Wires, Councilmember Clark. Thank you for the question. On average, we have about 40 cases per year. Currently, we have 16 open, actual for 20 and 22 in 2021. The reason why you see such a decrease in it is because mid-2020, the prior inside counsel that handles those types of claims and lawsuits went to another agency, and it took a little bit for us to recruit and get a new city attorney to handle that. We now have her. She's wonderful, and so we expect that to increase.
Okay.
But it'll be based, of course, as new claims come in and as we assign them. So we hope to see the increase begin with this fiscal year.
Do you expect to see an increase in cases, maybe based on COVID or whatever?
Councilmember Clark, COVID's probably not one that we expect to see litigation in. Primarily, we're seeing litigation in police practices liability.
Okay.
And that's our biggest exposure. We do expect that to continue and increase, and the cost of those and of litigating those is high.
Okay. Thank you. Very good information.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Tomacha?
Thank you. I am curious. I know we have a very kind of unusual and probably evolving labor market. And I'm just wondering, are we pulling any data? Are we talking to any of our benchmark cities? And I know not every position is available for like a hybrid type of a work assignment, but are we looking at more flexibility? It seems like, a lot of people want especially with the price of gas and the commute times and all of the things that go into it, but there's a lot of opportunity for people to work at least some of the time from home. So I don't know whether we're looking at that or if we have any data to show us that may be part of our difficulty in recruiting. And like I said, I understand, obviously police officers can't, there's a lot of jobs that you need to be here, but there's a lot of jobs where you probably could do at least some of your work from home. So I just don't know if we're talking about or looking at, being a little more flexible in order to recruit the talent that we need.
Mayor and Councilmember Tomachoff, as Councilmember Clark had asked about strategies that we want to use to be able to bring in employees, retain them, that's one of the things that we're looking at. We currently have a telecommute policy. It's a bit cumbersome. I think it's something that we're looking at. I know it's something that we're looking at. We've talked to the city manager. We've talked to other employees about that. And what was revealed to us in COVID was that we sent about 320 employees home. And we did that, it was amazing the speed at which we were able to get that done, and IT was phenomenal in helping us to do that. The managers and directors were phenomenal, the city manager's office, really to pull that off and to get that done. What we discovered was we really need better structure in order to manage that. What does that mean? Well, that means, we need to set those expectations. We need to train our employees. If you're going to be telecommuting, here's what that means. Here's what it looks like. If I'm supervising somebody that's telecommuting, I need to be able to have standards that I can hold them accountable to make sure that they understand what's expected, and that I'm checking on a regular basis to make sure those things are getting done. And it's not that we don't trust, it's not any of that. It's just being good stewards, having a good structure. And so that's something that we're going to be working towards. And again, I think to your point, it is an excellent strategy. We've gone out and recruited employees who said, hey, I'm working with the city of Phoenix and I get to work from home 3 days a week. Can you do that? Can you match that? Because I love it. And it's something that we've said, we'll follow our process and we can get the approval for that and we can do it. But again, we're going to have to get better at that. We're going to have to be a little bit more nimble if we're going to capture those employees, particularly the new generation employees for the city of Glendale.
Mayor, I do have one question, and I don't know, this probably is an IT question, but do we have the ability, or will we be looking towards having the ability to, because a lot of businesses are doing that, but they're able to see when their employees are logged in and active, and that's a way to monitor too. Is that something that we have in our VPN, or are we able to know if people are working at home, whether they're actually logged in, or do we not have that ability?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachoff, absolutely. We have that ability, and did you want to? Okay, I thought our assistant city manager had a comment. I'm sorry. We do have that ability, so certainly we can see that. And again, I think too, another piece to that is not necessarily are they just logged in and that, but what is expected of them over the course of that week? What are their goals and objectives? Are they hitting it? Do they need help? I know when I had half of my staff telecommuting during the height of COVID, and one of the things that I did was I checked with them about 4 o'clock every afternoon to say, are you getting things accomplished? What do you need from me? What do I need to have a heads up on? And then also I would get from them the things that they would be going to work on for the next day, so I would know what they've got going on and what I can do to support and help. So I hope that answered your question.
It does. It does. I mean, I think that's the path forward for trying to recruit talent as flexibility. It's just so readily available everywhere that people really, really want that option, at least a couple of days a week.
Councilmember Melner.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a comment and then a question for risk management. And again, this is in regards to the workers' comp. There is a slight golden parachute that I think council is aware of, but the state did approve some funds to reimburse the cities for presumptive cancer. And I'd just like risk management, if they could present those numbers that the state has approved, and then what we intend to do to try to seek some of those funds to offset some of these increases.
Sure, and I can I'll go ahead and let Diane speak to it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Malnar. It is called the Cancer Firefighter Reimbursement Fund. It actually applies to both firefighters and public safety. And what the legislature did is they set aside $15 million that they were charging public entities and gave it back to them so they could turn around and pay it into this fund. And it approximates $15 million based on the current individuals that are in the fund annually. Excuse me. Then each year from July 1 through June 30, what you've paid for cancer costs you can submit for reimbursement out of that fund at the end of the fiscal year, so from July 1 to August. They take the totality of all the claims submitted and apportion it out to the public entities that have submitted claims. So for example, we expect our cancer claims cost to end at around $3 million. So we will submit that come August 1st, and then it'll go into the pot. Depending on all the numbers submitted, we could get 100% of it, or we could get 2% of it. You just don't know. It's based on how many claims are submitted. Each year stands alone, so if any year all the $15 million isn't taken, it'll roll over to the following year and increase the amount with the hope that eventually it'll self-fund and everyone will get their costs back.
Thank you. And if I may, Mayor, so will that go towards the self-insurance that were required? And would it be deposited back into that account, thus reducing the general fund requirement for funding that?
Councilmember Malnar, that is my expectation, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's nothing holding us between you and lunch unless you're done.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and recess for lunch. We'll be back about 1:15. Okay, we'll resume this meeting. Lunch is finished. Next up is organizational performance, I believe.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to present on organizational performance. Next slide, please. Thank you. We currently will have 3 FTEs, one of which we will be recommending at the end of the presentation. You'll see our mission there is to build a high-performance culture using business intelligence, and we focus in on data analytics and strategic initiatives, as well as increasing that transparency throughout the city. Our FY23 operating budget is $643,000. We have 72% that is allocated towards salaries, and then 24% there is for our operating budget. And in our operating budget, it is mainly professional services, which we consult with vendors for citywide training, strategic planning, focus groups, and surveys, as well as it consists of a small amount for software. I'd like to share just a few performance measures with you. You'll see there we have 100% completion for FY22 for our citywide data inventory. All the city departments have participated in that, as well as 100% participation from our data stewards. And one goal that we do have for FY23 is to start an analyst group here within the city, in which we'll be working with all the departments and those that do analyze data. And then next we have that of our What Works City certification. For FY22, our estimate was 67%. And we did send something out to council last week. This is actually now an actual. We did hit the goal certification. And in response to that, you'll see here that we have, we did receive that gold certification, and we're the only city in Arizona this year to receive that certification. Our levels are silver, gold, and platinum. It is our goal in the next few fiscal years that we do reach that platinum. Jenny Durda, our Business Intelligence and Analytics Officer, was the project lead on that. And it is our citywide, or excuse me, our national initiative by the Bloomberg Philanthropies. And for a city to receive this certification, they demonstrate excellence in investing in its people, processes, and policies to make sure that our data and evidence are being used to make great decision-making within the city. The focus areas that which helped us to receive that certification this year were for a balanced scorecard, our performance management, and also our open data portal. Thanks to the many employees that helped us reach the certification, we had about 90+ employees and directors help us to receive this. Next, I'd like to move into our balanced scorecard. We were able to focus in on Tier 1 and Tier 2 as well. In Tier 1, we were able to finish our analysis of the Employee Engagement Survey 2020, and it focused in on the areas of strengthening workforce culture and development. And from that, we deducted that we would do focus groups, so we conducted 10 focus groups with over 100+ employees in those areas listed there of supervisor training, recognition, employee value, communication, professional growth, and development. We also have begun to do our Tier 2 training, and to date we have trained 40 city employees, and they've been trained by the Strategy Management Group. And so we're underway with that facilitation. All of the departments, with the exception of 4, have started the facilitation or have completed their facilitation. The other thing that I did not mention here in the area of strengthening workforce development is what Mr. Brown alluded to a little earlier. I had the opportunity to be and become the executive sponsor of starting or restarting the National Forum for Black Public Administrators professional membership group. And this membership group is open to any employee who is interested in joining, and it focuses in on development, professional development, leadership, and mentorship. And I want to give a thanks to Charles Thomas and Field Ops, who will be serving as the Glendale liaison, as well as LeJune Boone in Human Resources, who will be the advisor, who is also a previous chapter president for Arizona. with the membership into the NFBPA, the employees will not only be part of working on our strategy here within Glendale, but they also receive membership into the Arizona chapter, as well as they will receive membership into the national chapter as well. And we will also be collaborating with the Glendale Hispanic Network as well as the Inclusion Network. To date, just a couple accomplishments are, when we introduced this to the employees 3 months ago, we had started with 2 members, which included myself and Mr. Phelps, and to date, we now have 9 members that have joined. And then last month, on March 18th, we were able to send 12 Glendale employees to the annual Arizona seminar, and we had great feedback. Next slide, thank you. The other accomplishments that our department was able to achieve this fiscal year was that of open data sets. So we did publish Glendale 1 escalation levels, as well as PD, calls for services and police incidents. And we also have published performance dashboards in the citywide performance, engineering, Glendale 1, and business licenses. And all this information was shared with council, and it has also been posted to the public. And our last accomplishment that we want to mention is that of Valley Benchmark Communities, formerly known as Valley Benchmark Cities. So through this, we work with a consortium of staff from large cities and towns throughout the Metro Phoenix area, and we all collaborate to identify areas in which we can share, discuss, and have a better understanding of our similarities and our differences between our operations, as well as improving our local government performance. And so the accomplishments that we had this year was Glendale presented this year in their performance forum. City manager and organizational performance staff also attended the annual city managers conference, and my staff also attends the monthly VBC meetings. And Ms. Jenny Dierda was also elected last month by a group of her peers to become the VBC chair and represent Glendale for FY23 and FY24. As part of our supplemental requests this year, we are asking for an organizational performance program manager. As Mr. Phelps alluded to earlier in the presentation, as we are underway working on that Tier 2 facilitation, that means that we're now digging into the strategic plan for all of the departments as we make sure that they all connect with our Tier 1 plan. And so from that, it's a deep undertaking and working with all the departments, as we will be having continuously monitoring the data that we're tracking, as each department will be developing those KPIs, those performance measures, and those initiatives for their each individual strategic plan. So some of the things that we will be having this person work on will be helping us with that balanced scorecard. We also would like to make them the lead for our process improvement teams, as we were only able to get one done. As Ms. Moreno mentioned, we are currently involved in our library strategy team right now. And then also it's an endeavor of ours and a goal for FY23 to work on a program inventory where we want to sit each of the departments and identify what programs they all are doing, and so we can see what's going well, what's not going well, and this will also help us with our funding allocation. And with that, I'll be happy to address any questions that you all might have.
Thank you, Mayor. With reference to page 95 of your goals and objectives, slide 95, you say that target, it was for the end of 2020, 51% of criteria achieved. What criteria are you referring to?
I will bring up Jenny Dierda, she's a project lead for the What Works Cities.
Mayor and Council, so the What Works Cities has 8 focus areas that you have to focus on to achieve the criteria. So for silver, the level is 51% of those criteria have to be achieved. For gold, it has to be 67%, and for platinum, it's 84%. Those 8 focus areas are repurposing, results-driven contracting, stakeholder engagement, evaluations, data governance, general management, open data, and performance and analytics.
Now, when you say 51% of the criteria, is it 51% of every category, or are there certain categories, like 4 of them, that give you 51%?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, no, it's of all categories. It's not in any particular category. To describe that a little bit further,
Data governance, we have 100% of the criteria met. In general management, we have 89% of the criteria met. Open data 75, performance analytics 86. I could go on from there, but those are our top criteria. So we have some in every criteria, but there's others that we want to continue to grow and work on our ability to do those things that are marks of excellence in using data in cities.
Excellent, okay. Mayor, if I can continue.
To that point, and then I'll go back. How realistic is it next year, do you think, that you can make platinum?
So they are changing, What Work Cities is changing the criteria this year, and so we didn't want to commit to get it in this next year without knowing what the criteria would be. And so, we hope to make progress, but we don't yet know what the change will be to make that 84%.
Okay, because right off the bat, the first couple things you said you were like 100% already.
Correct.
So I was just curious, I'm certain city managers' goals are to get there. I'm just curious of how realistic do you think it is without knowing new criteria?
What we have discussed within our department is hopefully in the next 2 years, but I wouldn't want to commit to anything not knowing what the criteria are going to be.
I guess I'm just looking for a commitment to try.
Yeah, 100% going to try. There's only 2 cities, and this is a North and South America initiative. Only 2 cities have ever received platinum, and that's definitely a goal of our department to be the 3rd.
Perfect.
What 2 cities?
I believe it's LA and I think it was Knoxville, Tennessee, but I would have to double check. Yeah, LA is one of them, and the other one's I believe in Tennessee.
They weren't on my radar screen.
Yeah.
If I can continue.
Please.
Thank you. On slide 98, under accomplishments, you refer to new data sets published, Glendale 1 escalation levels. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, there's actually 2 data sets published, Mayor and Council, Councilmember Clark. There are 2 data sets published about Glendale 1. One is, the Glendale 1 escalation levels shows if you submit a request for, let's say you need your trash can replaced, it shows the service level commitment time period. So it shows we said that we will commit to get this done in a certain number of days. When you initiate your request with Glendale 1, you also receive an email telling you that, but we also wanted to put it out there so it's easy for someone to find and see, okay, how long would this take if I made this request to the city?
So that's open to the public then, right?
Correct.
And where would the public find this?
If you Google Glendale Open Data, you will find all of our open data sites. If you go to the performance, the organizational performance website, you can also reach those dashboards and the open data portal. There are links there.
Okay, and my last question, on slide 100, you ask for a supplemental for a performance program manager. Exactly what will this person be doing?
So the main 4 things that we have listed for this person to be helping our department with is, of course, continuing to help us implement the balanced scorecard. We also would like them to help us with the program inventory that will help us identify in each of the departments what types of programs and services they're currently offering to make sure that they are reaching the needs of our residents. We also have surveys that we would like to do. We are, again, still looking at our analysis of the 2020 survey, so there's some other ones that we would like to implement. We'd like to do another employee engagement survey coming up this fiscal year. And then we also would like to have them help us with our process improvement teams, as well as our Lean Academy, where we'll be able to identify process areas where we can identify any problems, identify areas of waste, and be able to look at steady workflows and processes.
Now, with regard to the surveys, do you share those with council? Because I don't remember seeing the results of any surveys.
I know that we just shared it with the staff maybe about 2 weeks ago, but I believe that we can share that information with you and we can get that out to council.
Council would be very interested in seeing the results of any surveys that have been conducted. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I don't see any other questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is the Audit Department, and we'll turn that over to Mr. Kingery.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mike Kingery. I am the Independent Internal Audit Program Manager, and I am a department of one. So preemptively for your question, any dealings with the public, I currently have none, but if there was, it would be me. And I don't really have any staff to thank, but I do want to thank the first few months that I was here. I spent meeting all the different directors and of the departments across the city, just trying to get a feel for the city and how it operates, and get an idea of whatever concerns they may have, you know, kind of say my view of audit, of internal audit, and how I approach things. And then, you know, just if there's any issues or questions they have that they know they can reach out to me, and I'd be happy to look into it for them. So with that, as I said, FTE of 1, and the idea is to make sure that we can strengthen controls, reduce risk, maximize efficiency, and enhance government and transparency. And that goes hand in hand with what Kayla and Jenny are working on with their publishing of data, just as the audit reports are published when completed and approved. So as you can see, the majority of my budget is actually operating expenses, which is contracted and professional services. Being a department of one, we have some 5 different qualified approved vendors to provide external external audit services, but they're still functioning as an extension of internal audit. So they do the same thing that I would be doing here, but we can bid out to the different vendors, and they can just respond what audits on the audit plan they are interested in possibly providing. So if we go to the next one, this shows the number of audits completed on the audit plan, and also the percent of audit recommendations that are accepted by management. So to give a little bit of background, the audit department was revamped in the end of FY19, and then about in October of 19, my predecessor was hired. He was here for about 13 months, 14, and then it was vacant for 6 months before I came on, which was right around Memorial Day last year, so about 10 months ago. So you can see the numbers. There was a lot of flux with the audit plan of what could be completed, depending on how, you know, if the position was vacant, how many had already been started by the external firms, that sort of thing. So we're moving in the right direction now, certainly. We've got 14 on this year's audit plan. They won't all be completed by June 30th, but they at least should all be started. Field work will begin. And then for FY23, the target is to have 12, is on the audit plan to have all of those completed by June 30th. And the reason that it's down is some of the audits are actually larger in scope, more comprehensive. So, you know, you've got a limited amount of time and resources to do as much as we can. So, next slide, please. As I mentioned, it was vacant for about 6 months before I got here. I have addressed all the audit findings from both my predecessor and the previous internal audit department structure. And as part of what Kayla and Jenny are working on, I have completed the balanced scorecard tier 2. So trying to leverage that knowledge and really just learning areas of the city of where a focus might need to be on auditing any concerns that somebody has. And the balanced scorecard kind of sitting in on those sessions gives me a good picture of other departments and what areas they could maybe seek some process improvements in. And then my supplemental request is, again, for the contracted audit services. And I think when the original structure happened a couple years ago, they may have underestimated the costs associated with getting these professional services. So that has increased along with the cost of everything else. But with this would allow for not only more coverage, more audits, hopefully, more in-depth, be able to make sure that we're focusing on the areas of risk that deserve greater attention. The other part of this request would go, again, to contracted audit services, but for getting some analytics and some robotic process automation in our audit software so that we can have some continuous monitoring going on. So if I've got the analytics, and I'll just use purchasing card as an example, if we've got analytics running all the time for P-card, and based on the parameters that we set, it's looking for things like people trying to avoid the credit limit by splitting transactions, or are they going to vendors that maybe they shouldn't, or that sort of thing, whatever parameters we want to set. That way I only have to look at outliers and exceptions that the analytics are kicking out rather than doing a full-blown audit every year of P-card. So that would allow me to spend my time more efficiently on the areas of higher need. So that's the goal with that, and there's cost associated with programming those analytics, of course, and that's where this money comes into effect. It also would provide some flexibility in case some unplanned audit needs attention right away, or an investigation or anything of that matter. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to say that I don't have any questions because the two questions I had, you thought ahead of time and you answered them, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is the Water Services Department, and we will introduce Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. The team coming up here right behind me is our leadership team for Water Services, and I just want to give them a public thank you very much for everything that they do for us. They're the ones that we all count on to make sure that this organization runs smoothly and that we take care of our citizens and our customers, all of our customers, in an appropriate, high, professional way. So thank you, guys. All right. The organization here, going to go to the next slide. The organization is, we have four main groups. Four of the leaders are behind us, and Dan Hatch behind us is our financial programs. He's the one that keeps me straight on all the numbers. So our budget's just a little over $63 million, and we're holding steady on our FTEs at 214.75. And of course, our mission is to provide outstanding water services for water, wastewater, stormwater, and environmental, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Next slide. This is how our budget's broken out. We've got 36% salaries, 49% for operating, and then our internal charges are sitting at 15%. Next slide. These next three slides are just going to give you an overview of some key performance indicators that we think were important for us to stay on top of. And you can see the intended result for this one: sustain today's resources for future availability. Well, we all know here what's going on with the Colorado River. We all know that we've been in a drought here in the state of Arizona for over 22 years. So one of the key things we want to do here is do what we think is professionally correct to do to maintain and sustain the resources that we have available to us today. So the first two items are recharge. Our Colorado River, we recharge that as much as we can, depending on the use. And one of the things that's key to our use is the weather that we face on an annual basis. So depending on the weather and the situations, for instance, like COVID, we'll talk a little bit about that, is we'll take that water that we don't have dedicated towards taking care of our businesses and our citizens, and we'll recharge it for future use. The effluent is the same. We are staying pretty steady on the effluent that we recharge. You can see that 2021 went down a little bit because we have a big project at the West Area Water Reclamation Facility where we had to bypass a lot of our flow going into there and send it down to the 91st Avenue wastewater treatment plant, which means we didn't get all the flow going through that plant that we normally do. The rest of these items are pretty much in line with the way where we want to be. The Conservation Sustainability Group, they're just doing a phenomenal job. They are they're out there, they're visiting with the youths, and they're also very active on converting their landscaping, their grass to xeriscape, and that's working out really well. Next item. Okay, next one is our going back to 24/7 for our customers on our water and wastewater services. We want to be efficient and economical as much as we possibly can. Here again, if you look at 21, that was a hot year. There was a lot going on, and it was also our COVID year. So a lot of people staying at home and a lot more water being used. So you can see that they stepped up to 14.8 billion gallons, but it's normally what we'd like to see is that what you see at 13.4 up to 13.8 is where we normally are setting with with what we expect on an annual basis. Because we are moving up in our water use, then of course our expenses move up. And so the price per 1,000 gallons for the water O&M, you can see the prices there. They're going up a little bit. We are basically, the supply chain and the impacts are really, they really impact us. Our water, we'll talk a little bit more about this, but on one of our supplementals, chemical costs are hitting us really hard. And our contract renewals, they're going up anywhere from 5 to 20%. And we don't see that changing much. So we're staying right on top of that. Then on our wastewater side, we're basically staying right where we needed to be. So we're feeling comfortable with the wastewater. Go ahead. This slide shows our field activities. So our distribution groups, they handle the valves and the water lines. They look to make sure that our hydrants are all appropriately maintained. On our hydrants, we check and touch every one of our hydrants, 100% of them every year. We've got to make sure they're there for us when we need them. And then on the sewer lines, we've got 235 miles that we clean every year, and our goal is always to be 100%. So we were a little slow on coming back from COVID, but now we're getting up there on that right-hand column. And one of the things that I think is key here is you'll look over there at the bottom on the right-hand side, it says less than 1. Sanitary sewer overflows. If we have an incident of a sanitary sewer overflow, it has been on a private lift station or in a private area, and what we will do is we will respond to that, and we'll help those people out and to get them cleaned up as fast as we can. Even though it's not a public facility, we want to get the waste area on the ground cleaned up as soon as possible. Next item. Get caught up here. All right, the accomplishments. Just a few. We've got a whole lot, but I thought these would be the ones that'd be more important to talk about today. We've been talking about Pyramid Peak expansion for about 2.5 years. It's substantially complete now, and the 15 million gallon a day expansion that Peoria paid 100% for, it's in operation now. We've got a few remaining items on the project we need to do, but that project is turned out beautiful, and we're going to get you all up there with your counterparts in Peoria for an open house here in a not too distant future, so you can actually see where all that money was spent. On the completion of Luke Air Force Base, that lift station is about complete, and we're going to start running water through that in April. Yeah. So we're going to start running the wastewater. We're taking their wastewater through that new lift station in April. And that's an exciting project for us. And then what we'll do is once that's done, then we will come back to council at some point, possibly amend their agreement and update their amortization schedule so they'll start paying for all the services that is in the agreement. The completion of our integrated water master plan, that was a very important item that I wanted to get accomplished in the last 2 years. This is done. We used it for our development of our CIP that you all have seen. It went through all of our systems. It went through our water, our wastewater, our water resources, and they help us align and bring everything together and update everything so we can use that for future planning. And the last is I'm kind of proud of federal funding for the Water Interconnect Project. Some of you got a chance we got to be with Senator Kelly about a week or so ago, and this is a regional collaboration project that we thought was really important for us to take care of our northern part of our city, because if we lose the Pyramid Peak plant, even though it's been updated, if for some reason you lose it, then now we have 2 interconnects that are going to be hooked up to Phoenix on the east side, and we're going to have an interconnect that's hooked up to Peoria on the west side. And if we lose the plant, then they have agreed to turn on their distribution systems and put them into ours. So that is really a great accomplishment, and it's $2 million. So it's $2 million less than we have to put into the CIP. Next. Okay, supplementals. Let's go back a little bit and talk about the situation with our water. The Colorado and both of our water suppliers, CAP and SRP, are raising their rates. We've captured those rates in our current planning, but what we're doing is we want to adjust our base to bring forward this water because we don't see any change, and this is going to be ongoing, so we don't want to see a change in this moving forward. So a part of this 936 is one time, which is a CAP rate increase that they're discussing that they may take part next year starting in January, and the rest of it is ongoing for SRP and for the CAP. The increase in chemical costs I talked about earlier, we're facing those costs on a weekly basis, and we figured that this $310,000 will put us where we need to be to cover those costs. $100,000 for water meters. We're developing. We're putting new residential and commercial facilities out there, and we need this $100,000 to help bring those 3/4, 1 inch, and 2 inch meters back into stock so we can keep everything moving on the development side. The Pyramid Peak. Now, we talked about Pyramid Peak being finished. What that's done is we've taken it from a 39 million gallon a day plant to a 54 million gallon a day plant, so it's a larger plant. So you need a bigger base to cover the cost for the larger plant. So this $518,000 will readjust the base for Pyramid Peak where it needs to be, and then also part of this, the ownership percentages have changed. We were a 77% owner and 23% for Peoria, and so they paid 23% of everything. What we've adjusted now is we're a 56% owner and they're a 44% owner, so they're going to pay 44% of all the costs related to Pyramid Peak. On the overtime costs, this is what we wanted to do here. We've been, ever since, well, for quite a while, over 2014, Dan? We've been holding a fixed amount in overtime. Well, during that period of time, we've been raising giving them raises. So I do have planned overtime in the organization because that is a key thing for us and keeps it, holds down the FTEs, and the costs work out just right. But what we're doing is when you hold that artificial number and you don't adjust it and your hourly rates go up, then you have a less amount of hours available for you to pull your required overtime. So that's what this $90,000 is for. Next one. Sewer funds, same thing on chemicals. This one here is a hydrogen peroxide adjustment that we need in our chemical for the sewer system, because we put this chemical in there, holds the hydrogen sulfide gases, and it doesn't let them go into atmosphere. It holds them into liquid form, and it keeps the odors down in the sewer system, and they're raising their rates on us. The 91st Avenue wastewater treatment plant, which is our third plant, which we're a 6.8% owner in, they're raising their operating costs, and so 6.8% of that is the $380,000. The increase for the West area plant is, the 156 is for, we're going to be taking, when Luke comes on, we're taking their flow, we're going to take that flow into West area, and that's going to increase. That's going to be an added increase to West area. So the base for West area for that plant or that lift station is going to be $156,000. So we want to adjust the base to bring that in line with that. And that's when's the overtime. And the overtime is basically the same for the sewer as it is for the water for the same reasons. What's next? SCADA servers. This is our SCADA server replacement. We have 8 servers that need to be replaced, and they are past their use, and IT is working with us, and IT's put it into their program, but we're showing it here because it's going to be a part of the program that we're responsible for. So these are very important for us because, as you all know, all of our plants and most of our lift stations and pumps stations are all automatic, all SCADA. So the programming is very important, and having good servers to store all that information and also are expandable for future storage are very key. So that's $275,000 for that upgrade. And with that, I'll answer questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad you look at me. You know I'm going to have questions. We'll begin with, your slide 112 under goals, objectives, and performance measures.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you explained this as being weather-related or COVID-related, but I just want to revisit it. Cap water recharge per acre foot. In 2020, we were over 2,000 acre feet, and the target for this year is 500 acre feet. Why that major disparity between what we were doing 2 years ago and what you're projecting for next fiscal year?
A couple of things. Our growth, we're using more water. The other part is our Cholla water treatment plant and our Oasis water treatment plants down here, they use SRP water. But every year, those 2 plants go into dry up because SRP dries up their system. When they dry up their system, they bring everything down, and from CAP, we bring our water from Pyramid Peak all the way down into the city, and we use that to offset those costs.
But we do that every year. It's not an aberration. Every year the canal dries up.
We do that every year, but we also have, in Cholla, we've had extended outages because we're working a big construction project on that. Okay. So you're going to see, that's why we're down to 500 now, because the amount of, with our growth and with the amount of work we're doing with all of our plants here that are SRP plants, we expect that that's about what we'll be able to put away.
Okay. Then on slide 113, also under goals and objectives, there's, out of the 4 measurements, 3 are going up, but the amount of sewage treated in billion gallons remains constant. Yet you just referred to population growth. Why are we not seeing that number increase?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, the fiscal year 2021 is what you're probably referring to.
Well, it's
6.0.
6.3, 60, 62, 63.
During that COVID period, we had a lot of extra water going into the communities, and a lot of that water was going on to the landscaping. and wasn't going into the sewer system. So that basically, we equated that to about a 6.0 used for treatment. And so basically, we were just reacting to what was going on with COVID and all the additional household and commercial water use. And then some businesses actually closed, which cut down on our sewer also.
Okay. So you're saying that business closures might account for increase in population?
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Let me see. If I could continue, Mayor?
Please do.
Oh, Vice Mayor. Sorry, I didn't realize he was gone. Slide 117, under your supplemental requests, you have an increase for West Area WRF costs, and you said that $156,000 is mostly attributable to Luke Air Force Base.
Yes.
Do they reimburse us for that $156,000?
We will be being reimbursed, yes, we will, but the base use of that's going to go up, and we'll be operating West Area at a higher level because of their flow going into West Area, and then they will be paying for that, but this is to get us set up for the base.
Okay. Next, if I might continue, Vice Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Your budget is increasing about $5.6 million year over year from 23 baseline to 23 request. Out of that 63 million total, a little over 63 million total, how much of that is covered by ratepayers? How much of that is covered by the general fund?
We have, ma'am, Mayor, Councilmember Clark, we have no funding from the general fund.
Okay, so that 63 million is covered by ratepayers.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Clark, correct.
That's good to know. Thank you. Continuing under, this would be page 167 of your budget, the line item budget. Page 167. You have Water Services Division Public Service Representative, and that baseline budget is decreasing by almost $250,000. Can you tell me why that is being reduced so much?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, yeah, we're moving that division into, consolidated into our central system control. So if you look at
So wouldn't the whole,
So we're
whole
moving,
amount
we're
move?
combining the two divisions, so you'll see an increase in the Central System Control Division from closing out the Public Service Rep Division. We're just moving that organization into Central
Okay.
System Control.
All right. Then on page 179, this would be Division Central System Maintenance. Under Utilities and Landfill, you're reducing that budget item by $7,000, 70%. Can you tell me why that is occurring?
Okay, let me
That
give you a minute to look it up,
Utilities and Landfill on page 179.
unless one of you know the direct answer. It's a rise in charges? Verizon chargers, that's the ad.
What?
Is that come on up here, Dan.
Mayor, council member, we moved.
Put the mic down by you.
We moved the money from central maintenance over to information services for the Verizon connection charges.
Okay.
For our iTablets that we have now for our Lucity Asset Management Program.
All right, you might want to stay there. I don't know if you want to stay there or if somebody else will answer this one. Page 183, Oasis Surface Water Treatment Plant, page 183. Under supplies,
It's a realignment.
Yes.
$1,000,004 is the request. That's down 40,000. And yet I thought the cost of supplies was going up. So why would there be a reduction of 40,000 on that line item?
You want to answer that?
Mayor and council member, we have using a little bit excess budget in the Oasis treatment plant. Plus, we changed out some equipment that we make our own chlorine gas.
Oh.
And so we're able to shift that budget off to Pyramid Peak and Cholla.
Very good. Can we make our chlorine in-house gas all over the place or just at that one facility?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, that's in the plan to look at it for Cholla Water Treatment Plant and for Pyramid Peak.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Way down there.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember had a question regarding the decrease in the amount of water CAP water we're going to be recharging. Is that also related to, is it the 500+ agreement that was where cities are voluntarily leaving water in
Yeah, the
Lake Powell?
350 acre feet we briefed you on before.
Right.
Yes, that's related to that.
That water that we are leaving would have been water we would have recharged.
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions? Well, that was easy. And our final one.
That brings us to our final presentation of the day, the engineering department. This is one of the two departments that will be doing a detailed budget presentation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kessler.
Good day, Mayor, Mr. Phelps. Happy to be here. Don Bessler, Director of Engineering. I have with me John Murphy. He's our engineering administrator for our budget and our CIP. So if we go deep into a line item type question, I'm probably going to defer to John for that. I appreciate my colleague from Water yielding the balance of his time, so I have an extra hour to speak with you today. But I won't use that.
I might help you.
I really wanted to start because we were a deep dive department to really keep it, at least for the remarks that I wanted to make, at that strategic level, the high level, the level that the city manager talks to us about every day and talks to us and challenges us to take these strategic concepts and then actualize them into the way we serve people, the services that we offer, the projects that we build, the collaborations that we engage with. So you're going to hear me get pretty excited. We've done some really great things, and you'll hear me talk a little bit about that today. We'll go to the next slide. Engineering is a very flat organization. Unlike most engineering departments that you might find across other municipalities, we only have a couple of levels within engineering, 3 levels. You're going to see in a typical engineering department 4 or 5 levels. I'm going to talk to you strategically why we think that's the really good model for us here. So we're sleek. We also don't have a lot of an overabundance of staff. Some of the requests that we've made today, but we also fight above our weight class, and I'm very proud of that, and I'll give you some examples of how we do that. Our mission statement, all of my colleagues, they got up here and talked about their mission statement, and I'm not going to read this to you, but I would tell you that the most important word in that mission statement is partner. We are an internal service department, largely, not exclusively, but largely like finance, like fleet, like budget, like the city attorney's office, the clerk's office. So we do most of our work for other departments. And the word partner really matters because words matter, as we all know, because it connotes a level of engagement where nobody succeeds unless we all succeed. So we're not looking to ever leave anybody behind or even be left behind, but work collaboratively to do the work that you expect of us. You may recall about 2.5 years ago, we completed a reorganization, a deep dive into the structure of our department, and we completely restructured it. What came out of that was this flatter organization. The reason it came out of that is because we want to push responsibility to the level that it's best served at. We have an incredibly talented staff who are more than capable of making good day in, day out decisions, and we want to make sure that they're empowered to do so. It's not that we could never make a mistake, but we're certainly going to work with our employees to make sure that when we do make mistakes, we learn from them. We're different than most of the engineering departments I've ever managed in my career. We're really innovative, and I'm going to give you an example of that. And we really think about our processes and why those matter, as opposed to let's just do it the way it kind of normally gets done and we'll be okay with that. Innovation-wise, you all know that in the last 2.5 years, you've put an incredible amount of resources back into your pavement management programs, your arterial reconstruction program. Earlier today, we talked about the Excellence Awards, the Excellence in Service and Excellence in Innovation Awards. I think it was in the Ms. Camacho's budget presentation, but we had a number of engineering employees that received awards, and I will tell you that it was, I wouldn't say life-changing, but it was notable. The amount of pride for having been acknowledged in that manner was incredible. If you recall the Bell Road project, we took an entirely different approach to that. Our city engineer, David Beard, took a different approach, and at the end of that, what happened was we probably saved about $400,000 on the cost of that project for not over-engineering and not over-investigating something that was relatively straightforward. And we cut about, I want to say, at least 3 months off of the construction disturbance that would have otherwise happened along one of our busiest retail corridors on Bell Road. We submitted an award for that, an innovation award. We had members from across the Water Department, the Transportation Department, and the Engineering Department that were all acknowledged for that. And those are the kinds of innovations that happen when you put decision-making into the hands of the people that deserve to have it. We're flat and linear because the way we do it is we do design. I'm oversimplifying, but we do design, we do construction, we do inspection. We have other things we do, but we do it in that order. Previously, we were in a pyramid and everything bottlenecked at the top of the pyramid. And because of the amount of growth and the amount of projects and reinvestment that we're able to make in our city, that bottleneck became very obvious and it became a point of failure for us. That's why we flatten the organization. It allows us to move stepwise through a progression to make sure we get projects out the door. And it allows us to have people that focus specifically on the things that they need to be focused on. And it really has paid dividends. I'll show you that in a few more minutes. Slide. This is our entire operating budget broken down. I will say this, that 100%, actually in excess of 100% of your engineering department's budget is recovered through either internal fees that are assigned as engineering chargebacks to capital projects so that your capital program reflects the actual costs of delivering a capital program, or through various other fees and licenses and agreements that you have for people that use your right-of-way, either in the form of permits or franchise agreements, et cetera. This is something, this slide, John Murphy wanted to make sure we got this in here because it really tells you how important it is for us to be thinking about the world around us, regionally and nationally and even globally, especially with the work that we do delivering capital projects. So you can see here the market conditions. There's been a number of people today talk about inflation. So we look at these inflationary factors and try to make, we're certainly not economists, but we make assumptions based on that for the cost of the CIP, the cost of the services that we're expecting to get. In this specific slide, lumber, plywood, steel mill products, that would be like your window casings, copper, brass, those sorts of things are things that will affect the prices of our projects, and so we take that into consideration. Slide. I want to talk a little bit over the next 3 slides, I believe, about our performance metrics. You've had a number of people come up here today and talk about the performance metrics that they have. We have a Department of Organizational Performance. We partner with all the time to help figure out the nuances of some of our performance metrics, but also think big and see small. And those are things that are important for us. So here's specifically one in land development. We've got a performance metric that we want to be able to do all of our reviews on either the planning side or the construction document review side within 50 days. Our goal is to be at 100%. We're not at 100%. I would argue that 100% is probably unattainable, and it's probably not even necessary for the amount of time that we actually take to do it, because we're already beating most of our competitors by at least a week to begin with. So the 15 days, we hit 90% of the time. We rarely have a long delay. Sometimes it would be related to a resubmittal where somebody's come in with a project and then we have to mark up their plans and send it back. And that counts on our clock too. So we're always trying to make sure we work forward. But we have 2 people that work on this, really 1.5 people, and they really just grind it out. You see Jamie Chapin up here often in front of you on voting meetings, talking about right-of-ways and other agreements. She leads this area. She's a dynamo, and she's doing a great job. I will just say in each of these areas, we've processed in excess of 300 applications or 300 plan reviews in each of those categories. So we'll be looking next year, if we don't start to see it level off or even a slight decline, then we'll be requesting staff in the future, but we weren't ready to do that at this time. We'll go to the next one. Engineering performance for the right-of-way. Many of you may know Mark Gibson. He manages our right-of-way program. He's been around the city for many years, and he does a fantastic job with the staff that he has to get out there and inspect the licenses that we've permitted for work in the right-of-way or capital projects that are being done by the private sector for property that or infrastructure that we'll end up taking over, like water lines, sewer lines, storm sewer lines. If they're being put in by the private sector, we'll also be inspecting those. What this is an unusual kind of a performance metric. It's not one that you would see, but if you sort of take it apart and deconstruct it, it makes perfect sense to us. We want to make sure that the percentage of warranty inspections is 100%, that we never fail a warranty inspection. And so that's easy to just say, hey, go out there and don't fail the warranty inspection. But what it really means is there's a minimum of 3 and maybe 30 inspections that happen prior to that warranty inspection. And the quality of work and the quality of effort that we put into those inspections leading up to the 1 or 2 year warranty inspection is reflected in our pass-fail rate. By tracking this, it tells us exactly how we're doing. It puts the onus back on the decision-making for the people that we talked about at the level doing it. And it also, when we have a blemish, we see the blemish, and we go out and we make sure while the contractor's still on board or under the warranty period, they get it repaired at no cost to the city. The other reason we do this, besides inheriting broken infrastructure, is the disruption. Almost all of this work happens in the right-of-way. I know you all appreciate that anytime we have a lane restriction or a lane closure in the right-of-way, it causes angst among our traveling public, or cut through traffic through neighborhoods, or whatever it might be. So getting it right the first time matters, and that's what this performance metric is all about. Last year, we did 5,690 utility inspections. We did 9,201 development-related inspections, and 7,743 CIP-related inspections. So it's a lot of inspections that go behind those numbers that you see up there. And the next slide. I'm particularly proud of this one because it's not something that you would normally see, maybe government in general, but definitely not engineering adopt, and it's how fast do we process our invoices. It's a really exciting metric for us to have. When we first decided to start tracking it, we had some invoices that were very long and delayed in the 45, 55, 60 days. We had a requirement where you had to come to the window if you were a contractor and you had to sign in front of us your invoice. That was part of our process. And so the reason we adopted this is a couple of reasons. It was part of a process improvement exercise that led by our employees to try to reduce the amount of touch points that were unnecessary in the middle of the process. Excuse me. But also, we recognize that, especially today, we have general contractors, but most general contractors hire small subcontractors. They cannot be reliant on floating their payroll for 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, because government isn't willing to get them paid on time. We want to be the client of choice. We want more vendors bidding for our work and proposing for our work and submitting qualifications for our work, because we're known as the city that gets their bills paid on time. And I think that, we'll see over time how that happens, but everybody that we talk to in the industry just is kind of blown away by the fact that we have a metric in that way. Go to the next slide. This is a slide that just shows the last couple of years and where we are year to date with invoices on the CIP. We started out by measuring this in 2020. About $70,000 was a pretty normal year. Sometimes it was lower than that for the years leading up to our department reorganization. Last year, we were slinging it. We really went through projects, but we had a very intensive capital project year. And we did a record, or probably what would be a record, of over about $109 million, I think is what it ended up at the close of the year of spend on our implementing your CIP. Obviously, that's important. It's important for our partners in finance so they can right-size the CIP, so they can manage money in a way that's efficient and beneficial for the council. It helps make sure that we're staying to schedules and expectations around service delivery for our partner departments, for your residents. I will tell you this, if you think about a CIP in general, and you think about this metric, about 90% of any project funding is spent during construction. I'll be a little more general, I'll say 80%, and about 20% is spent during either design or closeout or post-design construction services. So you're gonna see this, it's never gonna just be flat one year because you just aren't always you don't always have that many projects under construction. You're doing a lot of projects in design and you're balancing that with construction. In some instances, as it relates particularly to our street network, you can't afford to have, you wouldn't want to have that many streets torn up with water lines, sewer lines, storm sewer lines, repaving, or you just run into nothing. I wouldn't say gridlock, but you'd have a lot of unhappy travelers. So you're going to see that fluctuate a little bit, but generally that's a good rule of thumb, the 90-10, 80-20 spend. Again, the process improvements is what led to this. Here's some of our engineering projects at a glance. I want to talk a little bit about the ones with the check marks that connote that they're done. We sort of picked, worked with John and the team to pick a variety of different projects because they had different elements to them, different parameters. So the sign building, you'll recall, it was, hey, we've made a decision, let's get those, get our attorneys, prosecutors in there. And if you recall, we went basically from the summer of last year and we were done by the first of the year with design and construction. That was get in and get it done right quickly effort, and we were very lucky to be able to do that. There's an example where we hired a small architecture firm that was nimble and able to be able to get in there and work with us, and we were their primary and principal client. The pavement management program, you've heard a lot about it many times. You'll recall that our base funding for pavement management was at about $5.2 million. When Jack Friedline came in, he made sure that the council knew that that wasn't nearly enough, and you were generous and doubled that to 10. And then when you've got CARES money, Arpa money, fund balance money, last year you threw an additional $5 million in, so we had a $15 million spend last year, and we got every penny of it spent. So again, touched a lot of streets last year. So that's an example because all of a sudden, not only was it doubled in size from the previous year, but we added 30% more project scope in the middle of the budget year. The O'Neill splash pad, anytime you touch a public aquatics facility, you have extra layer of public health issues that you have to satisfy. Our partner department and parks worked with us closely to make sure that that happened, and that was a great little project, had a nice little opening. Camelback had a number of projects on it. There's two there. The reason we brought that one in is because while it's an arterial reconstruct, it also had some utility work that we did, but we also had multiple jurisdictions. We were working with the city of Phoenix, we were working with ADOT to make sure we were coordinating work they were doing, work we were doing. I believe SRP had something that they had to do. And it was one where there was just a lot of things that had to collide perfectly. Bell Road, I mentioned that. That was an intense commercial corridor. We expedited the design process. We saved 41 days and around $400,000 by the way we approached that project as a team across departments, but also in the innovation that we put at it. The performance spec is how we did it. It eliminated unnecessarily doing numerous potholes because all we were doing was taking out 18 inches of fill and then rebuilding it. We knew we were staying curb to curb. We weren't adding anything. We weren't changing turn lanes. We weren't doing anything out of the ordinary. But the good old way of doing it always is to over investigate, over explore, and over design. And so I wouldn't say we took a chance, but we took charge of that situation, and it turned out very well for us. And I give David Beard, our city engineer, lots of credit for that. Glendale Avenue, the water and sewer, that preceded the Glendale Avenue concrete project that we did. And Craig was up here a few minutes ago, but he'll be able to shake his head if he's still behind me, that there's a lot of unknown conditions that you can imagine have occurred over the years in those intersections and along that roadway. We ran into a lot of unmarked, unknown utilities, things that weren't put on as-built, and as we went, we were continually having to engineer our way out of newfound information. And so you can't pothole enough to discover every possible thing that might be out there, but I give our staff a lot of credit for doing that. It came in under budget. I think you just saw, I believe last week or a couple of weeks ago, the last change order on the project, but again, it came in under budget. And then the last one I'll mention is Heroes Park Lake. 22 years in the making, 8.5 months in the delivery. So, do the math on that. But it was extensive. It seems like it's simple. You dig a hole, you put water in it. But as we all know, it's not that. We worked with our sister department, Water, to make sure that you had the water to fill it and that you didn't have an issue with your water rights and your water exchange with SRP. We did one of the things that was great there, we did site balancing of the earth. So for future phases of Hero Park, we helped save dirt that way for, and not have to haul it off site, not have to go place it somewhere, not have to truck it and all of that. So we're just about to wrap that up with the final bills that came in, but that's a great example. Currently, we have 27 projects in design. That's a lot of projects in design. 29 projects in construction, so you can see they're balanced at about 50%. 6 are in RFQ, 9 have some sort of a study, 3 are in bid, and 50% are of the projects, as it says there, are in design phase. Get into our supplemental requests. We've got a number of positions here. I'm going to start by saying most of these positions have been budgeted, all but one really, have been budgeted in previous years as a temporary salary. So what we're asking based on the previous 5 years worth of work history and what we see on the 5 to 10 year forecast, that's not going away. And so we asked to modify positions from temps to FTE because we have the work in front of us and it's the fair and equitable thing to do as they're working side by side with their teammates. So I'll start with the top item, external engineering services. This allows us to buy external services, exactly what it sounds like, for small little design things that we may be doing. One of the things we need to do is to update our engineering standards and guidelines and specifications. I believe Parab from Transportation made a response to a question about updating the standard because the standards were old. The last time our engineering standards were updated was 2015. We need to go back through them and update them. They're not out of date in that way, but you need to continually be updating them about every 5 years so that they accurately reflect the infrastructure that you expect us to build and the infrastructure you would expect the private sector to build on our behalf. So that's included in there. So any of the requests we made for consultant services that we would need to do, that would be found in the $150,000. We have $1,000 for software licenses. We found during our department reorganization a few years ago a very quick start, low cost solution. It's called Smart Sheets. It's sort of an Excel spreadsheet on steroids. And it allows us to do active project management. It allows us to do real-time project management, meaning we can put data into it. Our partner departments can look at it and see what's going on, whether it's an email that we need to attach to it, photos, whatever it happens to be. Most engineering firms and departments would have a software that would be a very elaborate and very expensive software. We don't have that. I'm not saying that we may never need that, but for now, this suits us just fine, and we have money in there for licenses so more people have access to it. Last year, I was sort of beaming ear to ear about a program that we were proposing to start that you funded. It was taking our 14 engineering inspectors, 10 of them were inspectors and 4 of them were senior inspectors, and we developed a career ladder for them to be able to move laterally and across and up in the organization to build their skill set. It was based initially on a strengthened workforce capacity tied to the city manager's scorecard. It was also based on the city manager's scorecard or the balanced scorecard for fiscal responsibility. Our cost of labor model can't be the more projects you add, just keep throwing some exponential number of people at it. You have to be able to work with a core group of people and know that you're going to outsource some of your work to private engineering firms, private architecture firms, but that you're largely going to have a core group of people that help you manage that. And what you want, especially in this marketplace, we don't want those people leaving because somebody else is willing to pay a little more money, at least in the time being. So we created a career ladder based on certifications. They have to get cross-training. Right now, we have 4 people that are in the Certified Professional Infrastructure Inspection Program that weren't in it a year ago when we were talking. We've got 8 people that are signed up for one of the other classes. I have it written down here, but I don't have it on the top of my head. And then 4 others that are engaged in our stormwater class. So again, how this works is they take these classes, they are good performers, they don't have any disciplinary actions against them, and they move across so they can go from an inspector to a senior inspector, only now we call them engineering associates because we want this to be viewed as a career progression, not just a job. So engineering associate, senior engineering associate, and we created a bridge position called an assistant project manager last year, and we have people that are working towards that. And then right now you have in our system CIP project manager. So very happy about that. So this is money just to make sure we have continuing education dollars available for that team. For positions, this is a new FTE. We're asking for a senior architect. Many of you have had the opportunity to either see or work with or discuss with Eddie Garcia. He's our principal architect that we hired last year. Eddie is amazing. He's already brought a vision and a perspective to the constructability of the way we are looking at all of the vertical projects. We work very closely with Michelle Wojtenko and her team. They have about $250 million worth of vertical projects in the CIP, and we need to make sure that we have that expertise, that skill set that's different than engineering, but it's as a licensed professional in the form of an architect to work with it. Eddie has come on and he's been with us since last July. And in the 9 months that he's been here, he's just added exponential value to conversation, to decision-making, to constructability review, to a perspective of building. And I would say the thing that I've really appreciated about Eddie, besides his years of experience and expertise, is he doesn't come to his engineering solution in the pure, I guess the best way I would describe it is, I've worked with engineers that sometimes come to an engineering solution as a tribute to longevity, and I don't know that, I have not seen Eddie do that, and he certainly has taste and panache, so that's not lost on him, but he's more practical, and he understands the environment in which he works. So this is to help balance the workload. There's just so many big projects we have going with our downtown campus reinvestment, with our fire station remodels, with our crime lab study we're doing, as well as the police evidence storage building, courthouse remodel. There's a lot of work that's going on, and Eddie needs somebody to work with him. So that person would work under Eddie's leadership. We have an FTE called a management analyst. That position previously had been a half-time ongoing position for many years. It wasn't called that, but what they helped us do was procure our through requests for proposals and requests for qualifications, our CMAR contractors, our JOC contractors, to make sure that we don't run afoul of Title 34. And I will tell you that we have a number of times at a voting meeting, we have a linking agreement that comes before you, and linking agreements are great. But that is exclusively what Glendale relies on with our JOC contracts. We have no JOC program of our own. We need to have a JOC program of our own. This will work to help establish the Glendale JOC program. I've heard a number of council members say, well, how do we know? I'll just make up another entity. Pima County, when they negotiated this linking agreement, had the same things in mind that we have in mind. And certainly Pima County would have done a great job, but it's not like, and we will continue to use linking agreements, but having our own JOCs makes us nimble, makes us really, it reassures us that we're getting you the best work or the best value for your money, and it just allows us to take more control over how we deliver our capital projects. So right now we've been working with our attorney's office. They've given us their blessing. You're going to see something come before you for a JOC program for streets, then we're going to move right into the water infrastructure and then into facilities. So we'll have at least 3 really good lines of JOC lists for the kinds of work that we need to do through JOC. This person will manage that. CIP project manager, last year you approved a temp CIP project manager. It was split with myself and Michelle Wojtenko. We were unable to fill that position because nobody who works at that level was willing to leave their existing employment to come for a temp job. So this is a request to make it an ongoing job. We have the work to do. And then the last line is the construction inspector. It has 2. These are 2 people that are construction inspectors, have been here for 5 years or longer. They're working side by side with their counterparts. They've always been budgeted as temp labor. The right thing to do is to make them an FTE. They're certainly carrying the exact same workload and they're good employees, and we would want to work through that way. I believe that is the end of our presentation.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me turn that on because I'm extremely impressed by your presentation, I was going to say Dr. Bessler, because, man, that's how good you were today. Well, I tell you what, man, you did really well. I am impressed. I mean, the many procurement methods you guys have to use, you talked about some of those, the projects that are being completed, the ones you've done last year. Today, our staff, every one of our staff, our directors carried themselves well, so did our staff. But you guys have done so much more with less staff. I can imagine how much you're going to do going forward if all of this is approved. I'll tell you what, it's approved by me today, but I'm only one council member. I'm not all of them, but I'm impressed with every one of you. But you today, sir, boy, I tell you what, because we share the field. My profession is what you do at a smaller scale. Just incredible amount of work, and your spotlights here, some of the projects. The splash pad at the O'Neill Park is just incredible. Project delivery, project management, inspections, wow, hit it out of the ballpark. You guys are incredible.
Thank you, Mayor.
But you all have demonstrated how much you can do with the staffing you have. And I know that this council here is going to invest in the FTEs that you guys need, and we're going to be even better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. I did tell Jean Marino that if it came down to it, I would assist her with ending poverty.
Ah, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
Where are you appearing this weekend? Don, you know I'm a big fan of yours. I do have a question, though. I'm looking at the supplemental requests not recommended, and engineering requested some additional temp pay in the amount of $30,000, and then $75,000 in professional services. And just if you could enlighten us on what those two things were intended to be used for.
Yeah. So thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Tomlichoff. Those 2 specific items, if I remember, one was 30 and maybe one was 75,000. The 30 was a transitional amount of time for the temp person that's in that management position to do some training. We're able to cover that. So that's fine that it wasn't funded. And I will say the 75,000 was, this is a great idea that Eddie had, but we also have a way to pay for this, and it was to just have the ability to go outside and ask for some third-party cost opinions on things where it's a little odd thing that we're being asked to look at. It's not something we do every day, and we want to make sure that our assumptions on cost are good so that when we put the CIP together, we have a good cost. That's counted now in that 150, so we feel pretty good that we should be covered.
Okay, Mayor, so you're saying that could be covered under the external engineering services? Okay.
Mayor, yes.
All right, very good. Those are my only questions. Great job. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. If you would refer to slide 124. applications, on-time percentage, your favorite subject, one of your favorite subjects.
Mayor, council member, I apologize, you said page 124?
124 of the goals and objectives section. It's got the graphs, the blue and red graphs. It's up on the screen.
Oh, thank you.
And you know, this is something even when I was on the business committee, we talked about, were especially plan review, planning documents, and at what point are we going to get better stats on delivery? Especially what seems to happen is the small business customer falls through the cracks. If it's a major project, it's done in 48 hours. But if it's a little guy who's doing a remodel or a small addition, he may wait a couple of weeks before he gets taken care of. Are you addressing that issue at all?
Mayor, council member, as soon as I sit here and say, yes, we do, there's going to be an exception to that response. But I would say this, we don't discriminate between whether it's a large project. We certainly understand priority and complexity. But the small guy, how we deal with the small guy different than the big guy is they come to the window where the big guy generally doesn't, and we sit down with them and we walk through what we think is really the best thing. We just had, I'll give you an example, we had an engineering inspector who was sitting down talking to me, Anthony Encino, and he was talking about how he had a small project he was looking at, and the developer was really a small local guy. I think it was maybe a duplex, and was a little lost. And Anthony helped walk, you know, there's a line between overstepping and overreach and then helping, and he sat down with the guy and helped. So I'm comfortable that we don't have people falling through the cracks. I asked Jamie if she needed help. She said, I'd like to go one more year and see where we're at. If I need help, I'll ask for it.
Okay. All right, if I could move on, Mayor. Yeah, on page 251 of your budget, line item budget, it says engineering 30 at the top. And
Excuse me, Mayor, Councilmember, all of my numbers are just off.
Page 25.
I can't see the page numbers on mine, I apologize, but can you pull that up?
Well, you can have my glasses if you'd like.
Is that it? Oh, yeah, thank you. It's the roll-up of the engineering division, yep.
Yeah. Property management, looks like it's going away.
Yeah, that's a great question. In anticipation of your question, John was prepared with an answer that he just handed me. So we talk a lot about doing our core work and doing things that we really are good at and then doing them great. So this is an example where this really isn't our core work. This is the property management of the parking garage that used to be with the B of A building and the promenade. That really is a facilities type project. And so Michelle and I agreed and worked through the organization to transfer it over. So it's just a transfer.
All right. Good answer. And your answer may account for this too, I don't know. This would be page 254, if you're looking up the sheets for it.
I found it, thank you, Mayor.
Under salaries.
What's going on there?
Yeah, on line 1 on salaries.
Yep.
That's nearly a 50% change in the budget on salaries. Can you explain, please?
Yes. Mayor, Councilmember Clark, so we talked about engineering chargebacks. So these should, I'm guessing, and I could be corrected here, that these are credits against expenses, and that's why they show up as a negative, because those monies are recovered through capital projects.
Your line item, and you may have just explained this, your line item budget, page 259, next year budget detail report. It's got a blue banner across the top, dark blue banner.
Mayor, Councilmember, I see it.
Okay. You have work order credits, salary, continued FYI 23 salary and benefits baseline. And I don't understand this because it shows unit cost of 441,522, and then the next line, a minus of 441,522. Can you explain that to me?
Mayor, council member, I'm just looking at it quickly. Again, I think it's a credit against an expense, but I think
Okay.
budget could answer that more directly.
Mayor, members of the council, it's related again to the engineering charges that's getting charged to the capital projects.
All right. Yeah, then on page 261, next year budget detail report, you have, it looks like quantity 1, unit cost for a PC replacement, 45,000? That can't be.
Mayor, council member, we don't have one PC that's 45,000. So again, I'm guessing that's a roll-up of a replacement schedule. We can look into that.
Well, it
And
says quantity 1.
understood.
Mayor, members of the council, again, those are internal service charges, and so there's one, the reason it says quantity 1 is there's one charge, but that charge encompasses many things, and it is not only, it's mislabeled as PC replacement, when in fact it's the engineering share of the cost of the entire network for the city, all of their computers, all of their software, et cetera, et cetera.
You should say so. Thank you. I think that's all I had right now, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all.
City manager, anything else you need to add?
I think Lisette's going to wrap up for what to expect for the rest of the week.
Another long day.
Exactly. So that concludes our presentations for today. We'll reconvene on Thursday, April 7th. And the schedule that's on the screen now is the departments that will be presenting on Thursday. We will also follow up with any follow-up items from today at the beginning of that presentation.
All right, very good. Okay, no further business for this council. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.